Chat, I did it. I did the thing. I cut off most of my hair. It's fucking gone. It's gone. Although it's not gone on the model, which is a good thing. But instead, we'll have it in 2.0. Listen, it's fine. I forgot the fishing game. I forgot the fishing game. Nobody say anything. Nobody say nothing. Nobody say nothing, Baron. Go face. What do you mean? Now my 5 set on full display. Let's go. Let's go. I got advertising space again. All right. Who's paying for advertising space? There we go. There's your fishing game, kiddos. There's your fishing game. But welcome in, guys. How has your day been going? How was your Tuesday? I'm sorry for starting later than usual on a Tuesday. It was just, this was the best way that it like fit into a schedule. Mom gave the iPad back. Wait, what? Oh yeah, this is the STEM iPad, and then we have the commercial iPad. That's a little more intuitive. How are you doing, Harvey? Also, hold on a second. Hold your horses. Do I wonder if I still have... I do! Excellent. Excellent. All right, but welcome in, guys. I have 2 things I really want to talk about. 1, my haircut. I cut off all my hair. It's weird to have a breeze on the back of my neck again. And 2, holy shit, have y'all seen Susan Storm for Marvel Rivals? I'm gonna stop complaining about being forced to play healer when I want to play DPS, because goddamn, I want that Malice skin. My wallet's wide open, baby. Payday's Thursday. Payday's Thursday. I'm getting that fucking skin. I'm getting that fucking skin. It comes out the day after. I think it's the day after. Pretty sure it's the day after. Huh? You ain't seen the new Susan Storm? Bald, no titty, have an ass. Don't let us go fishing. Can't have shit in this big top. Listen, I got it for you, and I do have my titties. Please and thank you. Just because I got a shorter haircut does not mean my hair is gone. Like, in fact, I think even like the shortest section is still like an inch in length, roughly. I'm currently feeling the back of my head to check. Yeah, that's at least a length. That is at least a length. Play Rivals with me? No, Carrie, because you're a little psycho at video games. Settle down, Baldy. Gannon. Well, I mean, everybody has titties. I mean, look at these. These are still technically titties, and they look great. How dare you? I only get paid once a month. Once a month. Yeah, it's kind of the same. Kind of the same. But I'm a decent Venom. Maybe. I do also know a couple other tank mains. Like Izzy's the tank main. Izzy, Milk Shots. Luma's the tank main too. Not Izzy decent, but decent. Understandable. I get paid twice every tri-lunar cycle. Wait, so that means you get paid twice every like 3 months? Roughly? Roughly 3 months? Okay, hold on a second. Oh. Schmog was doodling before. Interesting. Okay. But we have some time on the roster, guys. We have until about 4, give or take, when Red joins us, and we're going to be playing Unknown Tapes, which is, like I said before, a dinosaur horror game. Let me see if I can grab it really quick. The thing is I think it's marked as it's marked as a walking sim. So I'm guessing that means we can't actually fight back against the dinosaurs. It's very positive and mostly positive for all reviews. Big excited for the spooky dinosaurs. I am too. This actually isn't my most anticipated dinosaur horror. I'm quite a bit more excited for, I'm trying to think of what it's called, Paleophage. Because if I remember correctly, Paleophage is hold on a second. It draws inspiration from Dino Crisis and Outlast. Oh no. Oh no. Expected story length is 2 to 3 hours. Okay, so we will probably finish it in one sitting. Being hunted by dinosaurs, you'll need to hide and avoid making too much noise. Sometimes use your wits. Buildings can be destroyed by larger dinosaurs. Oh. Oh no. Oh, I don't like that. Marian's gonna kill Red Claw. I don't know. My laptop's losing even more keys. Good thing I have a keyboard. Jesus Christ, Carrie. Hi, low. Wait, wait, did Palm get a Canadian emote? I hadn't seen that emote. Wait, that's fantastic. I like that. I like that. Oh, I don't have a sub to Palm anymore. Damn it. Oh. Oh, very interesting. Blair Witch Project vibes with a tense atmosphere. Oh no. But yeah, I think this is going to be a fun game. I've wanted to do stuff with Red for a while, but I wanted to find something where we had like a cross section on like our interests and our themes. So I was really waiting for like a really good dinosaur horror game to come out. I'm waiting on Paleophage because if I remember correctly, Paleophage is a... Oh, here, let me go back real quick. Paleophage, I believe, is multiplayer when it comes out, but it's supposed to come out sometime this year. Paleophage. Survival horror, dinosaur, third-person shooter. Jesus fucking Christ, that little scene. Dozen different species. Maybe I was wrong. Why did I think it was multiplayer? I feel like it should be multiplayer. But in that game, you actually get to fight against the dinosaurs, which I think is going to be quite interesting. Oh, well, that's an Anomalocaris. What? It's very dinosaur Resident Evil when I'm looking at the trailer for it. Maya has some really cute emotes. Wait. Which Maya? No, Ganon. No. Canada. Oh, Canada. Listen, it's fine. It's fine. Got it. Hold on. I'm sorry, chat, but it feels so weird to have like all my hair practically gone. The fucking floor was a mess when I left. My hair was down to like almost between my shoulder blades. And now it's just short. It's just short. It's so weird. It's so weird. I was like, when was the last time I got like a short haircut? And it was when I tried a side shave like 2 years ago or so. And it actually grew back pretty quick. So even then, I think a 2-year wait time isn't the worst. Isn't the worst. In terms of getting back to that other length. Same feelings when I get a buzz cut. It's not nearly that short. It is not nearly that short. But that's right, Faye. And we'll get your big chop next. You're going to have a bigger chop than I did. Isn't that right? Right, Faye? The funny thing is, you can cut off of Faye's. Oh my God. I'm afraid you'll be fine. Just bring a picture with what you want. Or even then, you can just go in and tell them that you want like a snip off and you want it like rounded or you want it flat or whatever. Like you could literally, if you're so scared, but it's like really long, you could just tell them you want it cleaned up or something. Take Sai with you. Sai can help convey if you struggle to convey it to the stylist. It took 4 hours. I had like long hair. It was my only release from the painful cornrows. Cornrows? I don't know how to hair. Now we're all going. Oh, you're going to wait until I'm there? We can do that. We can do that. We could do that. That may work. But also, holy shit, thank you for the tier 3 tachyon. God damn. Have you been on tier 3 this whole time or did you just upgrade to tier 3? I'm sorry if I forgot. I feel like you just upgraded to tier 3 for a trim to get rid of dead hair. Yes, you should do that every 3 months. Even if you're growing your hair out. Always tier 3? Okay, I just wanted to make sure. How long have I been BAP-less? 7 minutes. Give me my BAPs back. Thank you. We're all going and that way I have humans to make sure they don't chop too much. Me inside just standing next to this poor stylist watching him being like, you better not cut more than she asked. You better not cut more than she asked. It's also, you could ask them to like cut some off and then you can check it and then cut some more off and check it. It's just like, There's a lot of things, and I'm sure like we could find a stylist there that is willing to like work with how long it takes. Also, Morbid Oni, holy shit, 125 stream streak. I'm sorry, I just saw that. And there's a parade. I'm January Hardy, so all my tier 3 Baron boat round subs gotta wait till next month. No, it's that good old post holiday empty wallet. I completely understand. I completely understand. Mine is, what's the word? It has the very little monies. I literally used a Christmas Visa gift card to get a haircut today because I needed one so bad. I was either just going to get a trim or I was going to cut it off. And, well, that's what happened. That's what happened. Now I got the short hair again. Now I look like I'm going to beat up Kono at a lesbian bar. I like slurping. What the fuck was the context for that one? Because I only paid half. Oh. Oh, goodness. Sorry, hiccups. And you saying you wouldn't do that anyways? Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean? And you're saying you would, just saying I wouldn't do what anyways? I've got something to put in here at the gate. At the gay bar. No, Mara. Beat up Kono for, oh my God. Kono's currently, I believe, helping raise. Oh my God, Melissa, you just started a hype train with that emote. Also, that's Katie. Beat Kono up at a lesbian bar? Nah, that makes sense. I normally get $1,100 a month, but I'm only getting $550 when there's break in between. That's not bad. That's still a decent amount of money, especially if you like don't have to pay for the rent at your house. That's $550 for food and any other things you need to spend it on. Heavy Metal Cat? Yep. OB Katie Cat. OB Katie Cat. We're mutuals on Twitter. Get strangled by a butch's thighs at a lesbian bar. Oh my God, Mara. Wait, it's not a scab emote, is it? No, it's not. It's somebody named Mega. Okay. Mega. Oh my God. No, light. No. You did the middle speed dumpy, which is even funnier. It's the middle speed one. But I have no fun months. No muns for funs. Okay. Oh God, all the sussy emotes, all the yeah, there's the dumpest. Yeah, full wind speed. There's the scab emote. The schnib. The soda schnib. I love the fed up emote too. That's a good emote. Chat, I cannot wait to give you all the new emotes. We have quite a few. Actually, hold on. Let me go check really quick because I can give y'all like a better count if I go look and see which ones I have uploaded, even though I haven't uploaded like all of them just yet. Just yet. Not quite there. But where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Viewer rewards, that's right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And then I think I have 2 more that I haven't uploaded to Twitch yet. So we already have 13 emotes and there's more on the way. There's quite a few more on the way. But I'm excited. I'm excited. I need to figure out, I think when we get around to the Thank you for the 500 bits, Ginger. What the hell? Why? Why? Why do you do this to me? Oh, God. I get to steal another hype emote in 12 days? What? Wait, I don't understand. Very doubtful? Told you, Ganon. Told you. I ain't going nowhere, bitch. I ain't going nowhere. Thank God they lowered it to 2 people for a hype train. Did it used to be 3? I think it did used to be 3 because I think technically people would used to be able to trigger it by doing themselves today to get some color in. Hell yeah, Drothy. Sun doesn't expire till October. My sub. Okay, gotcha. Will Twitch shut down this year? Ask your mother. I have my bat. It's chat's job to bully the streamer. They try their best. They try their best. Sorry, without hair, you lose ringleader status. Removing carnivals. But I still have my hair on stream. Like it's only shorter. I still have hair. How could you? Yeah, them an anonymous and one other person. AI generated hair? What? What? What does that mean? Will Zavi's carnival take me? Science point to yes. You're not allowed to leave, Gannon. You're not allowed to leave. Zavi will pass you back if I ask her. I have DMs with Zavi. I can just message her if you start acting a fool. Tentacle and tentacle violence, was that? Yeah, it was a few days ago. I know exactly when that was. Yep. Yep, that is exactly what that quote is from. Damn, we're coming up on, hold on a second. Wait a second, why did I get, oh, okay, I see what it was. That's a fucking quote. Why are y'all all checking quotes? Okay, that's not.
That's me.
Oh, that's only search for the word last.
In this situation.
No, I don't think there's a way to check the most recent. Here, let me see real quick. I think I can check. I think I can go to the quotes section real quick. Quotes. And then scroll all the way to the bottom. Okay, the newest one is 962. The bottom isn't that big. It kind of flares out. That was me talking about Reese's Cups yesterday. Yeah. Okay, it is exclamation mark. Last quote. Also, think of it self-care. Okay. Chat, I think we're also going to be doing some other things later this week. We're already going to be moving some stuff around while I'm thinking about it. I think Friday, I'm actually going to be over at Size. We're going to be playing Marvel Rivals because that's when season 1 starts. And we're going to move the Star Wars Outlaws day. We're going to move that to Saturday. And we will check out... I should have quoted the Reese's Panties thing, but oh well. Fuck you. Well, I didn't say it in like any kind of like weird, sussy, suspicious way. I said it in like the it comes to mind every time. And I am already laying claim to Susan Storm. She's mine. You can't have her. I am the healer. I am the healer. Add sus in post. We can make it suspicious. We can make it sussy in editing. We'll edit it to make you look worse. Speaking of monies, I'm doing the shopping of groceries. What for should I get for healthy snacks? Cured meats. Cured meats and water crackers. Yeah, Rivals added Luffy. It's going to be very interesting to see what they're like. Pinky, what are you looking at? What are you looking at, Pinky? What you doing there, big champ? Cured meats raw. Listen, I had something called I still have some, but I almost ate all of it last night. I'm not gonna lie, called Lomo, and it's that prickly pear. I like prickly pear cured pork loin, and it's so tender. It's so tender and it's so good. I just wish there was more of it. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to start going and buying like logs of cured meat. I'm gonna have to start buying the logs and cutting it myself. Who cured this meat? Those vaccines could have been used on people. We need to install 5G and more Zoomers. What does installing 5G entail? It looks delicious and I need to try it. Ooh. Hi, Archimedes. How are you doing? Welcome in. The vaccines install 5G conspiracy crap. Oh, yeah. Wait, what? Wait. That feels like you're fusing two conspiracy theories together. Because the idea, I know for one, is that like vaccines cause autism or like cause like reprogramming of a person's mind or some shit. And then I've also heard the one where like 5G signal towers cause like autism or mind control or some shit. I'm doing good. Yourself? I'm doing all right. I'm hanging in there. Today's a pretty decent day. I got a haircut. All my hair is gone. Almost all of my hair is gone. Anyone have any Wi-Fi 7 devices yet? I have a Wi-Fi 7 router, but no devices beyond Wi-Fi 6. What devices use Wi-Fi 7? I only have 3G autism. Yeah, you know, whenever they said 3G was going to give you autism, and then 4G was going to give you autism, now 5G is going to do it. They thought it injected 5G microchips. Why are people so fucking stupid that they think science fiction tech is real? Vaccines install Bill Gates nanochips that allow him to control you by 5G. Do your research, sheeple. I thought they said 5G would cause the real zombie apocalypse. I do remember that. Also, I don't remember if anybody remembers the comic, the ones of people saying that's like 5G towers are going to trans your gender. Where it's just the fucking, oh, what was it? Hi, Roderick. But it's the one, there's like a comic out there where it's like a guy comes up to a tower and somebody's climbing down it after installing it. And he's like, oh, is this one of those new 5G towers? Oh, that's pretty neat and everything. He's like, yeah, especially because I climbed up there. I was a dude. It's just a stare. Let me see if I can find that comic. Let me see if I can find it. Well, that was easy. I heard those 5G towers are bad for people, but you look just fine. Yeah, of course. I was a dude when I started this job. Amazing. Amazing. Fantastic. Anyway. Okay. Wait. Is that Fatty McDank wearing a Ben 10 jacket? Damn. Shut up, nurse. I know what's best. I'm a doctor. Wait, what? What? According to California, everything that isn't explicitly Californian causes cancer. Only California knows what's best. Well, no, it's because California has stricter laws on like what is considered a carcinogen and stuff, and they're required to label it. You're not required to label it in any other state, typically. But because some of those products are also shipped or sold from California, they still come with the warning, which is always funny to read because those California warnings are always like, because of the law in California, we're required to tell you about this, but it's on like a separate section. Let me see if I can find like a picture of those labels. California warning label. Proposition 65 requires businesses to provide warnings to Californians about significant exposure to chemicals that cause cancer, birth defects, or other reproductive harm. These chemicals can be products that Californians purchase in their homes or workplace, or they are released into the environment. Now, if anybody doesn't know, pork is technically a carcinogen. It has direct links to causing increased chances of cancer, which is why, like, if you see any pork products, it'll have a label that'll say, like, California Proposition 65, warning, warning. This product contains chemicals known to the state of California to cause cancer and birth defects or other reproductive harm. What is... Oh, that's a bee with honey? The honeybee hangout? Wait, that's cute. Is that the same? Oh, no, it's actually somebody different. You just happen to have the not the bees and a bee fucking emote. That's amazing. Oh, I've only just realized it's double eye glints, not two glowing eyes. So wait, what? What do you want about, Carrie? Bacon has increased chances of causing happy. That is true. Not my chicharron. I'm sorry, Stevie. It's still just as bad. It's still just as bad. Dino time? We still have around 30 minutes. Because Red Claw is still doing his own stream. He will raid in whenever he is roughly ready. I told him it's totally fine, though, if he needs to do some, like, post-stream stuff. Like, run to the bathroom, do all that jazz before he joins. And then I think he'll probably want to pull up his model, which I'm totally fine with. I can set that up super easy. Honeybee Hangout is a live stream of a beehive, different angles, also techno music for some reason. Ended up there via raid roulette. Interesting. Is it, well, of a beehive? Okay. Yeah, that makes me think of like the duck pond one. Does anybody remember the duck pond one? Because you can like, I think you can donate bits or get subs to it, and it'll auto feed the ducks, which is really cool. I've seen the same thing with like fish ponds and stuff. I like those streams. I think those streams are neat. Breaking new report finds that the leading cause of death is being alive. Living doesn't even. Did you know that every person who's drank water dies? I have many dino facts I only spill if told to. We'll probably get a lot of dino facts as we run into different dinosaurs throughout this game. I would say Baird would yell at me for liking thick cut pepper bacon, but Mao just yells at me for literally anything. Nah, thick cut pepper bacon is really good. Is it good for you? No. Is it good for the soul? Yes. But you get a close-up of a honey hive action. They give tours and cycles. Oh. The game we're playing unknown tapes. Right? Unknown tapes? Let me double check. Yeah, unknown tapes. I'm sorry, I had to double check and make sure. I had to make sure. Oh my god. Christ. All right. Why are you always yelling at me? What do you mean? How does it feel being bald? I'm not bald. I'm not even close to bald. Good Lord. Huh? Oh no, apparently there's people going around pretending to be like game studio employees, which is hilarious. That's nuts. That's so weird. This is Grums' source. What are you talking about? He's totally legit. Oh, God. Oh, God. A game studio owner. God damn, you're placing yourself pretty high on that rung. Oh, no. Oh, no. Hi, Amber. There's a bunny baking game. And you can give your baking goods to other bunnies? Wait. No, that's illegally cute. Yes, hello. Is it Moa? Is it Moa Two Pelts? Or is it Mao? I want a bunny baking game. Yeah, it's by somebody called Reki Studios. And it's a bunny baking game apparently, and you can like run a shop and stuff. It looks really cute. But okay. Just looking to see what else is going on here. Hold on, I gotta bully M real quick. Okay, I'm gonna start a beef with M because we're both now gonna fight over playing Susan Storm. No, mine! It is... Well, the way you spelled it there doesn't help. Is it Moa? Moa, say 1 if it's Moa, Mao if it's 2. Or 2 for Mao. Hi, Pickles. Biggles, chat keeps saying I'm bald because I got a haircut today. No meow train. No meow train. Because I got the big haircut. I got the big chop. No, I called you bald, not bald. I'm not bald. Izzy is bald in that case. Izzy is orb. All glory to the gorb, the goo orb. But Hmm. Okay. Fantastic. Okay, hold on. I'm trying to see what else I can find. Hmm. Let's kill the horse. Lo, I'm sure it looks great. I loved having short hair. It feels so different because I'm really cold now. Like I can feel the hair on the back of my neck, air on the back of my neck, and now I'm cold. I'm cold. A VIP redeem. Otherwise, I'd feel bad spamming throw redeems every time I have enough points. Bald, no to these boring, basic bad bitch personality. Probably a skeleton. What do you mean? Wait, skeleton? Hmm? Groceries purchased. Give tasty meat snacks. Ooh. Hmm. Interesting. Interesting indeed. Okay. I wait. Wait, an artist I followed reposted something. Taken. Wait, somebody had their fursuit stolen? Well, it's hilarious in its own way, but it's probably sad because this person probably spent a shitload of money on it. And they even had an air tag on it, but apparently the person ripped it off. Like they found it and ripped it off at a station, a tram station. Croydon? Where's Croydon? Is that in the UK? It's a pretty obvious fursuit too, because it's a big green dog. How petty do you have to be like, yeah, I'm stealing somebody's multi-$1,000 green dog fursuit. You can't possibly wear that somewhere. It is too obvious. There's no way whoever stole that is ever going to be able to wear it to anything without somebody ratting their ass out. That's nuts. Turkin Chikiyaki? What? I'm taking the big top. Well, you can't, Cannon. You're too small to carry it. And it's kind of immobile. But yeah, I think other than that Marvel Rivals thing, I don't think there's anything else in the news that I really care about. Assassin's Creed Shadows parkour details. Oh boy, new things on Assassin's Creed Shadows. That means Grum's probably having some really terrible takes. Hmm. Hmm. Oh no, we were just talking earlier about the new Susan Storm that's coming to the game because she is nuts, bonkers, even insane, mind you. And then of course, there's Reed, who the weird thing is with the two characters they're releasing at the beginning of this new season, come the 10th. They're both really CC heavy. Like there's a lot of pushes. There's a lot of like moving people around. Monkey Reed Luffy. Oh my god. Oh my god. Listen, if you look at the read that's being added to Marvel Rivals, then you can understand why Doom hates Reed, because that man is gorgeous. That man is fucking gorgeous. It feels like they actually maybe sort of based him off of the Reed that shows up in Multiverse of Madness. I can't think of the actor's name. Jim, right? Jim from The Office. But John Krasinski, yes, the John Krasinski Reed that shows up in Multiverse of Madness. Even has the Gear 4. That's part of his passive, which is very interesting. Apparently, it's a damage boost from after taking a certain amount of damage. He gains like elasticity, and when elasticity builds up, he gets the like big torso form. Okay. Yeah, I think that's just about everything I have. Oh, that's gone. That's doesn't bode well. Doesn't bode well one little bit. But yeah. Anyway, let me go ahead and close that up. But the battle skin for Sue, I've already seen it. My wallet is already open. I'm just waiting for it to be added to the shop. It shall be added to the shop. Oh, I have found the thing that Rin was talking about the Marin go bald thing now. How could you do this to me? Why would you do this to me? What did I do to deserve this? Instant buy? Oh, for sure. Oh, for sure. Why so bald? I'm not bald, dingus. I'm not bald. I don't even have like a fade or anything. Literally, like I said, the shortest part of my hair is still like an inch. Hi, Ultima. How are you doing? Nice mocha emote. I cast Force Field. Are you playing Fantastic Four too? I'm a Doctor Doom fan. Original flavor. I hope they add Doom at some point to be playable, because that'd be cool. But at the same time, apparently Doom is the reason shit's fucked. So I don't think they're going to add him as a playable character at any point. I think they're purposely going to avoid adding some of the villains that they use as like pointing. Like, I don't think they're going to add, what was it? I don't think they're going to add Dracula as a playable character, even though he's technically going to be part of season 1. And Dracula is probably going to lead into Blade's release, because Blade is coming to the game. His model already exists. And I'm very curious to see what his build is going to be like. I think it's going to be pretty cool. But, I don't know. But I don't know what else I have going on. Let me go ahead and do a quick thing, though. I am going to pop into a Discord. Let me do this. Do this. Okay. Ren! What the fuck, dude? What the fuck? Why are you gifting subs? Am I apologizing for balding you? Okay, never mind. You are forgiven. Actually, I take it back. 5 more. 5 more subs. Dracula does need to pay Boot Knight his money back. I hope there's a line for it. I really do. They added Doomfist and the robot guy in Overwatch, main villains in their story. So I'd be surprised if they didn't add Dr. Doom. It's not like Galactus or something. They may add Galactus in the future. Balding? No. It's like ball as in like basketball or just ball or in sphere. And Rin had like taken and done like the sphere animation thing where it like takes a picture and then turns it into a ball. And so he's been calling that balding. Now in balding, I knew it. I'm not balding, jackass. I just got a haircut. Oh my God, Olive Marin's hair fell out. Yeah, because the person cut it off with scissors. You gotta join my Kletka collab? When is this collab? Rin, you fucking goofball. I already played it with you once. I said I was gonna play it with you again. Oh my goodness. With or without hair? Listen, it's not even that short. Well, it is short. But it is like at its shortest still like an inch. Well, that may be a little less than an inch. I say that because I'm feeling it. And I can tell vaguely the distance. Maybe slightly shorter than an inch in some parts. I don't get how they would work because he is so massive / eats planets unless they just make him small. And also would be kind of odd with Galacta announcing, but I don't know if Marvel's... Yeah, they may add him, but it's probably not going to happen, honestly. I think we'll probably get Silver Surfer at one point. I'm trying to think of things that I already, like, isn't already announced. But I'm sure we'll get Silver Surfer. We'll probably get some more X-Men. I think we'll get Rogue at some point. We'll probably get Cyclops. Ultron's already coming. Ultron's already been confirmed. Depending on how much he's consumed, that would be nuts. Thanks, Ren. Need more supports? I agree. I agree they need more supports. Ultron is a support, though. Ultron is going to be a support. Game needs more full-on villain characters. I want Green Goblin just so I can do shit like more time to kill the Spider-Man. I think you can just leave the spaghetti to simmer, giving you plenty of time to kill the Spider-Man. His physical appearance also changes cosmic. Oh, sorry. My phone just went off because I had an alarm set for the collab with Redclaw. Human Fly joins Marvel Rivals. I still want them Doc Ock. I remember we talked about that at one point. We may get Doc Ock at some point. That would be interesting. They're adding the Hood and Hitmonkey? The Hood? I don't think they're... Oh, the Hood? Isn't that DC? I know they're adding Hitmonkey. I don't think they're adding the Hood. Howard the Duck would be very interesting. I can see Howard the Duck being a support. Buff Black Widow, make her actually a sniper. She is a sniper. She's already a sniper. She just can fight better, or not better. She can also just handle herself rather than being like completely helpless, kind of like Widow is. She can't one-shot. Okay. That's kind of a good thing. You know, it's a good thing, right? You understand why that's a good thing. That it takes more skill to land 2 shots to guarantee a kill. I'll spare you the further silliness for now. I gotta lock in for work now. Good lurk. Have fun, Rin. The Hood is... Really? Hold on a second. Now I gotta look this up because I could have swore the Hood was a DC. Oh? Wait, he's a super villain. Oh. Wait, was he the Ghost Rider at some point? Oh my god, I want Ghost Rider. I need Ghost Rider. I need Ghost Rider. That's what I mean. Very interesting. He apparently is 1 magical and 2 uses dual pistols. Some pretty dinky looking pistols from Blaze or Catch. Blaze. I want Blaze and I want Johnny. Not Johnny. I want Nicolas Cage to fucking voice the particular skin. Hawkeye's bow to get full power to go through shields. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know if every shot he throws is piercing or if it has to be fully pulled. Even then, fully pulling a bow does not take very long. It really doesn't. But let me see. Marvel Rivals future characters. This is Forbes. That may be useful. Let's take a look there, see if there's anything new. So I already know about Angela, no Hitmonkey, no Deadpool. Know about Captain Marvel, no Emma Frost, Valkyrie, MODOK. They're gonna add MODOK? And wait, Valkyrie? The Valkyrie from... Yeah, the movie. That'll be interesting. I wonder if they're going to base her design off the movie one or the original comic book one where she has blonde hair. Or if they're going to give her the wings. Okay. Very interesting. But MODOK. And then... And then, oh, hello. Still the real. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Hold on, that reminds me. I need to check something. Chat, we did it. Hold on a second. Okay, hold on. Let me do the thing since we have a little bit of time. I want to do Where's it? 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 Words. Hard. Things. Local files. Thank you. Pictures. And then I need to go here, here, here. Go there. Close that. Close that. And then I can do this thingamajig. Ah, yes, perfect. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Fantastic. Fantastic. All right. Now let me go back to seeing what heroes are here. Mr. Fantastic. Okay, these are all the ones we already know have art. So the Fantastic Four plus Blade and Ultron. And then apparently team ups that have come up. Song, please. This is Phantom of the Opera cover by Nightwish. Soul. Yeah, this is Phantom of the Opera by Nightwish, specifically. It's their cover. Okay, so apparently they've already leaked the character team-ups that are coming in the future. So they're adding a team-up for Squirrel Girl and Rocket. I already know about the one for Human Torch and Storm. A team-up between Wolverine, the Thing, and the Hulk. I'm guessing that's going to be a crossover, and the Thing is just going to be able to fastball special Wolverine, too. That's what I'm guessing is going to happen. Wolverine and Phoenix are going to have a team up. Wolverine, Magic, Psylocke, and Black Panther. But then in parentheses, it says may not happen. Huh. And then Blade, Cloak and Dagger, and Moon Knight. I'm going to guess Blade is going to get the same power as Moon Knight, which is like that little dome of invisibility. Because that would make sense for Blade, like nighttime invisibility kind of thing. And then apparently Emma Frost and Magneto. And then Emma Frost and Psylocke. Very cool. Very cool. And then apparently 3 new maps. Krakoa, Araco, and New York. Which makes sense, because I don't think we have a New York map yet. It wouldn't be a Marvel game if we didn't have Clap Outstanding. Why, thank you. Anyway, I'm going to go post this on Twitter real quick because I'm stupid and I've been told I need to celebrate the small things because it's funny. Because it's funny. Also, hold on. I'm going to do this instead. I'm going to steal the screen grab off of stream. Easy, baby. Easy. Easy. We did a thing. We did a thing. It's fucking stupid. It's fucking stupid. All right. Okay. Nuke is coming in season 1. I figured. Giant-sized man thing. Wait, what? I want Sandman, Doc Ock, Fisk. I can see Juggernaut. I can see Juggernaut. Green Goblin, Silver Surfer, Red Skull, Scorpion, Red Omega? Red Omega. Marvel Red Omega. Oh, he's in the fighting game, isn't he? I was gonna say he's in one of the Marvel fighting games, isn't he? I think I remember his tentacles. I think we'll probably see like Thanos at some point. If not, Thanos may actually end up being like one of the season's villains where he's not playable, but is like part of the story. Wait, I missed that. What did that say? Ooh, yikes. Yeah, car damages suck the most. But shit happens. And also that message was deleted because you put your age in it. That's just a heads up, guys. Remember, no age numbers. You better be 18 plus. But if we find out, you will get banned. You will get the hard smack. 18 plus minimum. And then I still don't recommend saying your exact age. It's basically 18 plus, yes or no. What if, and hear me out, Thanos has a taunt where he's like, oh, no, that doesn't make any sense. I don't think he would say that because like Thanos takes himself so seriously. But I think aside from the heroes that I already know are coming out, I think the one that I want the most is still, oh, who did I say earlier? Damn it, I forgot. Are regular numbers fine? What do you mean regular numbers? A fastball special that launches another fastball special? I don't think that makes any sense. Green Goblin was one. No. Rogue, that's it. I want Rogue. Just tell people I'm older than Google. Granted, now that I think about it, if it was... Ooh, you know what would be interesting? You know what would be very interesting? If one of Rogue's abilities, if not her ultimate, just allowed you to steal somebody's ult. Like, you would take... I can picture it as being like... If you used it on somebody, you would essentially, like, take whatever amount of charge of ult they had. Theirs would drop to 0, and you would get a full ult of theirs. No. That's just, no. That's what I'm saying. It would be different. No, not like Loki. You don't turn into the character. You only get their ult. When you played Loki, you turn into the character with their ult. And then you have their abilities and everything for, I think it's what, 20 seconds, 30 seconds? But no. No. But then let me also make sure I get the iPad open because we only have a few minutes until then. Make sure I have it ready for you. Ready for you. You will smack people, but you won't give uppies. Like the charge now add onto that and you can give it to the teammates in this. No. Y'all aren't getting it. Y'all aren't getting it. It functions similar in the way of Loki where you get the full ult charge, but you steal what percentage they have. It basically like resets their ult percentage, but it still gives you full regardless of how much you take. I don't care about Marvel Rivals because Venom for reasons. Is it 19 inches? Is it because of 19 inches? Don't lie to me. I will find out. I will find out. Wait, Marvel Rivals only has a 77 and a 79% on critic rating? Damn, sticklers. Sticklers, I say. Cheeky reasons? Never mind, I understand. Carry on. I understand. I get it. Makes sense to me. Sound logic, baby. Sound logic. Let me see. No, I'm getting it low. I'm just saying as an add-on to your idea that you can keep the charge or give it out to your teammates. I don't think Rogue can do that, though. Rogue can't transfer powers. She only takes them. I don't care about Rivals till they have Doctor Doom. I agree. I want Doctor Doom in the game. Actually, do you want to know something I found out recently? And this is apparently a rule. This is a rule at Marvel when it comes to writing things with Doctor Doom in them. And I want to see if anybody else knows this rule. Any muscular women in Rivals yet? I mean, all the women in there are technically muscular to a degree. Of course, they're thin, but they're thin and probably generally ripped under there. But no, we don't have anything like She-Hulk or anything. I do want She-Hulk. If She-Hulk comes out and she becomes a tank, that's a tank I will learn. That is a tank I will learn. Okay, so the thing on Doom, guys, if y'all have never heard this rule, if Doom loses, stick with me on this. If Doom loses, it's a Doom bot. That's it. That's all you need to know. Doom doesn't lose, ever. If Doom loses visibly in a comic, it's a bot. It's one of his Doom bots. And that is a rule in Marvel. That is a rule. If you ever see a plot where it seems like Doom is there and he gets beat or gets like smashed or something, it's a bot. It's a bot. Doom doesn't lose. Why he bat God at one point? I mean, yeah, there is one where he does become a god and like fucking beats the ever-loving fuck out of Thanos. So Doom is just a lazy villain? No. The thing is, the whole thing that they pitch is like Doom is like a conniving, all-powerful. His ego basically keeps him from ever failing. And it wasn't a bot. That Neko, I'd hate to tell you. It was. That is the plot. That is the point. Because in a future line, they will tell you, and they will show it to you typically not 9 times out of 10, but more often than not. Even if Squirrel Girl beat Doom, it was a bot. They won't say it explicitly half the time, but in most storylines where they like cover it, and then they'll cover it and like Doom will lose, and then the next line in like the continuum, Squirrel Girl is not real. I mean, one of Squirrel Girl's powers is she just doesn't lose either. No, the thing is Doom is not a lazy villain. Doom is a really well-written character. If you find Doom in comics, Doom is actually great. He's an egomaniac, and I fucking love the fucking line they have for Marvel Rivals that's like, even in the past, even from the future, no one rivals Doom. That's so fucking good. It's so fucking good. It's Doom versus Doom. Agreed, Doom is the great villain. Yeah, the thing too is sometimes Doom's not even a villain. He's not a hero by any stretch of the imagination, but he's a very good character. He's a very, very good character. Have you soloed Galactus? That's the thing. Doom doesn't lose. Doom never loses. All right, guys. We're coming up on the ad break. So let me go ahead and get that there. I'll also put this away because I did my bit. I did my bit. Thank you guys for reaching that milestone. Somebody told me I need to celebrate my milestones much more. So this year I'm going to try to start celebrating like our every 1K and all that jazz. So when we hit 8K, we'll do like a big stream and stuff for it. Doom only loses because of his arrogance and pride. All of his weaknesses are psychological. That is correct. That is correct. The thing is like, that's what they show though, is Doom himself doesn't like typically lose physically. He either like walks away from a fight if it's actually him, or if like Doom gets smashed or killed, it's a Doom bot. It will always be a Doom bot. There has been no situations in a continuum where Doom dies, except in probably like Deadpool versus the Marvel universe, or Deadpool kills the Marvel universe. All his robots have the flaw of hubris. Well, all his robots are, if I remember correctly, directly controlled by him. It's kind of like, if I remember correctly, aren't his bots like a weird mix of magic and tech, and he's like directly bound to them? Even in the face of defeat, he maintains his dignity. He never begs. He'd rather die than submit. Correct. That is Doom. Doom is a fantastic character. I don't care what anybody says. I love Doom. I love Doom as a character. I just wish the first Fantastic Four movie was better. All right, guys, I need to run and feed Coco, so I'll be back in a minute. There's about 2 minutes. I'm sorry I didn't start the iPad earlier, but give me just a minute. I will be back. Hopefully Red doesn't raid while I'm gone, so we'll be back in a bit. Oh, yeah. Okay, so Salador. Salvador, you also make a good point. Yeah, that's the thing, is with the bots, sometimes they do become sentient. And they legitimately think that they're Doom, which is part of the writing of why it always seems like Doom is always a problem. It's because it's the bots. The bots perfectly mimic Doom to the point where they know his like machinations. They know generally what he wants or where he's aiming to succeed. And all that jazz. But, oh, I brain farted. That's the thing though, is I fucking Doom, man, just Doom. The thing is, I don't think we've also gotten like, where's my browser window? A good look at Marvel Rivals Doom, because there's only like real fast Marvel Rivals Doom. Dr. Doom Marvel Rivals wiki. Okay. Oh, there's a full picture of the past Doom. The past Doom is so Nordic, if that makes sense. But he's a chunky motherfucker. Non-playable character. Darn. But he looks so sick in this game. Has a card in Marvel Snap. Oh. He looks so good. I think the two Doom that show up in this game are my favorite Doom versions. They look so good. Dr. Doom, Conan the Barbarian crossover comics are effing awesome. Really? But it's like, there's also Doom 2099. Also, another thing, good on fucking Travis Willingham for getting to play Doctor Doom and Thor for like the past 20 fucking years. Fucking Travis has been killing it for nearly 20 years, I'm pretty sure at this point. If you have listened to an animated Doom or an animated Thor, that's Travis Willingham. That is Mr. Laura Bailey. Ding dong. What are we ding donking? Oh, you're right, the music. I'm sorry. Canon already using the new emote that Izzy gave Rav. Amazing. Doom would like to rage. Is it bad? I want that as the line. If Doom becomes a playable character, I need that. I need it. What kind of character do you think Doom would be, guys? Do you think he would be a tank, a damage dealer, or a strategist? Hi, Kellyan. How are you doing? But there's all these pictures of, I looked up like Marvel Rivals Doom, and all the pictures are like, some of them are even just Fortnite. They're fucking Fortnite pictures. I'm very curious though, because Robert Downey Jr. was cast as Doctor Doom in the coming Marvel movies. If he's entirely encased in the armor and stuff, then I think it's going to be very believable, because Robert Downey Jr. is good at playing eccentric characters. I'm not happy about that. I don't like the idea of, I guess, one person playing two different characters in the Marvel universe, but I think it'll be a fun time. At least. But yeah, I'm looking at like all of the other Doom designs to see what they look like. And I can confidently say Marvel Rivals fucking cooked with both of the Doom designs. It is so fucking good. There he is. Red. Dr. Doom's still in Iron Man's body before it was Iron Man for a while. Oh, I didn't know that. That's actually cool. Welcome in, Raiders. Raid on Shelter 54. Shelter 54. What is that? Shelter 54. Welcome in, Raiders. Red, I'm already in fellas if you want to join. But if you need to do any like post-stream stuff, like hit the bathroom, get a quick snack or anything, I have no problem yapping a little longer. Red will explain. God, I hope so. I'm confused. Shelter 54. I was like, I'm guessing it's probably not a Fallout thing because you would have said like Vault 54. Shelter 54. Wait, is that the, oh, what was it? It's not the bloodthirsty Godzilla. What is it called? Is that skinny Godzilla that I keep saying around? Did the video finally come out or is it just the teaser? Is it just teaser? I saw it recently. Is that what it says? I just gotta be, okay, that's totally fine. That's totally fine. That is no problem at all. Let me also grab a thing just in case we want to use it later, because it may be useful. I'll have it in case Red wants to use it in a bit. I just have to open a separate browser because Opera is, according to Twitch, poo-poo-doo-doo. Poo-poo-doo-doo indeed. But let me see. Let me do a quick count off real quick. Speedstar, Sledgeman, Soul Wolf, Mac, Alistrine, Sauce Hunter, and Robalion. Thank you guys for the follows. Welcome in. Enjoy the show. Wait, Godzilla Bloodbath? That's what I was thinking of. It's still in the works. Shelter 54's. Okay, interesting. Very interesting. Dr. Doom, fact, in the Marvel Universe where everyone is dinosaurs, he is a T-Rex. Wait, that's hilarious. Wait, there's a universe where everybody's dinosaurs? Oh, there's another one. Shinzo, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Also, I've had a chocolate sitting here on my desk since I got back from our commercial break. It's a coconut cream. I'm just going to go ahead and I love Russell Stover. We do have spy. Wait, really? Paleo Admer? Is that what that is? I want chocolate. I'm sorry. It's all mine. It's all mine. You can't have any. It's all mine, baby. Hold on. Now you have my curiosity. Marvel dinosaurs. Is that Captain America as a Spinosaurus? Hold on a second. Oh my God. Black Widow's a Quetzalcoatlus. Captain Marvel's a Lambeosaurus. Iron Man is a Brachiosaurus. What? Thor is a Parasaurolophorus. No, Professor Lambio, there you are. Oh my God, wait, there's a picture here of Dr. Doom riding, I'm guessing, Tyrannosaurus. Dr. Doom, hold on a second, I'm gonna show you all these. Look at that. Oh my goodness, Titan Gamer, Frozen Altar. I almost read it as Frozen Altar because I thought there was two N's. Yeah, no one rivals Doom, baby. Don't you fucking forget it. That's amazing.
I'm here now.
Ah! Oh my God, you brought your little notepad. Fantastic.
Yeah, I'm a scientist.
All right, I have a proposition. Do you want to use the scientist PNG or do you want me to set up the mobile thing?
Either one. I still have my model up if you want me to bring. If you want me.
We can do that. I don't know how intensive this game is, but we will see.
Okay, so I played the demo, and the demo wasn't very intensive.
Okay, this will probably be fine.
Yeah.
I don't remember.
Also, Shelter 54. I don't know if we do, but I couldn't give you my code. Also, for context, Shelter 54.
Yes.
Is the title of a found footage Godzilla horror fan film.
Oh, like a new one or like?
Yeah, it came out I think it came out within the past month.
Okay.
Are you familiar with Godzilla at all?
Yes, I know a little bit.
It is a horror reimagining of Biollante.
Oh, okay.
And yeah.
3 weeks ago? Okay, I may have to check. We may check that out on Thursday.
I'ma be real, it's kind of peak, but also very fucked up. but also kind of fucked.
Good. That's the way we like it. I'm waiting for what was the one, the Bloodbath, Godzilla Bloodbath to come out?
Is that the one where it's like just like
The
what if
crazy
Godzilla was
skinny
like
Godzilla?
super no, I haven't seen that one.
So there's one that's coming out. It's like this weird, almost like rattly. He's essentially a villain in this animated short. And his whole purpose is just to kill humanity. And he speaks.
Oh wait, you know what? Okay, I'll be real. I've seen like art of this.
Yeah.
I didn't know it was supposed to be like an animated thing. I'll be real. I thought it was just meant to be like edgelord Godzilla fan art. I didn't realize this is a plot.
Edgy. It's kind of horrifying just from like the small previews they've given out.
I'll have to like give it a look. Because like I have seen the stills. I just was like, oh, okay, so it's like edgy. It's like edgy Godzilla. Okay.
Oh wait, yeah. It doesn't look like we have each other on Steam yet.
Well, I just put my friend code in the side chat. So
perfect. Yoink, yoink, yoink. So what all did y'all do today?
So we did a lot of yapping. We talked about WWE's debut episode, WWE's Raw's debut episode on Netflix that was last night. That was you were posting about too. I saw it before. Yeah. We were kind of molding over a third-party Transformers figure that is the size of a small child, and they are asking for $1,300 to buy it.
What?
Yes.
80 pounds of plastic. Wait, is this about to be a mid-moment where like everybody's devoting to, what was it, the Megatron statue?
No, I'll be real. I do not want this thing.
Okay, good.
Because breaking it down, it is, again, when it's in robot mode, it is 4 feet tall. It is 80 pounds of plastic. It looks like all of the load-bearing joints are also plastic.
My Stream Deck disconnected.
Uh-oh. Stream Deck.
Oh, I think I know why. I think it's because I just have the attempted network open. That's why. It just wasn't accepting inputs because it's dumb when you have menus open. Then I can make you a little bit larger for now while we do this. Do you already accept the...
I did accept the friend request, so
okay,
now you should
perfect.
be good to add me. I will just warn you ahead of time, my model's fat, so it will
That's fine. My model is not currently intensive. If I was using the new 2.0, I don't think there's a chance I could ever use this software.
Yeah.
Because I have just short of 1,800 layers.
Jeezy Pete's.
And it only goes down slightly in meshes.
That's a lot of layers. It's okay. Adora's boobs that have always been that size nearly broke my stream collab when I had them on.
All right, I just stole Adora's password because I tried to put my usual one, which used to be Circus 1, but now apparently they made it so that it has to be 8 characters, and I was like, fuck it, we make it. Everybody is just the same in this server.
All right, give me 1 sec. Let's see if I can find you. No, that's Adora. Where you at? Alphabetical order, my beloved.
It's always an alphabetical, unfortunately. They didn't do like online versus offline.
All right, let's see.
Then I will go ahead and start getting the game open and changing things over. Yes.
Okay, it says that I'm loading in, but like I said, it's gonna take a second.
The usual Chunkosaurus Rex.
Yeah.
But it's like, you said you played the demo on this. I have not touched this game.
I had played the demo. I hope that they kind of corrected this. One of the biggest issues that I had with the demo it doesn't really give you a lot of like clues as to what to do next. It's just walk around and hope you don't fucking die.
Yeah, it did say on the thing when I looked at it, because I was trying to describe it to chat earlier, it marks it as a walking simulator.
Oh, it's definitely a walking simulator, but you can die.
Oh yeah, I figured, because it also says it's like they based it off of like Outlast and Dino Crisis.
The difference between this and Dino Crisis is in Dino Crisis you can fight back.
Yeah.
No, You can hide, you can run.
I was gonna say, I think the only thing they took from Dino Crisis is the Dino part, and then
That is it.
everything else is Outlast.
Everything else is Outlast.
Okay. And then I need to do some. Oh.
Yeah, if you freeze, that means I'm approaching.
Oh. Display. I'll have to adjust from the full screen part. Okay. This is fine.
Any inspiration for Weird Birds? No, not at all. Not so anything.
I started the thing, right? Yeah, I don't think you still haven't loaded in.
Oh no, you're on my end. It's gonna take it a while.
Okay, I was just making sure.
Oh yeah, no. Because I was like, I can see you, but
It's fine. It's fine.
I'm sorry.
Listen, that's the thing with VTubing now is models are getting so chunky that I think the longer it goes on now, the more people are just going to need dual PC setups to even be able to play like new games and have their models.
I'm kind of just like wishing that we just stop having like games come out that are poorly optimized. It's
not even just poorly optimized; it's just the general constant scaling of graphics.
Oh yeah, like that's what I mean. But it's like I'll be perfectly honest. I don't see the need to like basically have the graphics so intense that I can literally see like the freaking skin cells moving on your face.
I need my 7K hyper realistic mod for Cyberpunk 2077.
The human mind can't even see that.
I need it. But I need it. I don't care if my PC bursts into flames.
The human, your brain can't even perceive this.
Joke's on you. I still want it at 160 FPS. I don't care if the human eye can't see above 30 FPS. That's for schmucks that play on Xbox Live.
Oh my god. You're part of the problem, Aaron.
This is a PC Master Race household.
You're part of the problem.
Hi Enzo, welcome and thank you for the follow. Oh my god. All right. I'm waiting for it to like load in before
like I said, the moment your model stops working is when you know I am approaching. Yeah. So until your model stops working,
until we get the freeze frame,
it hasn't brought me in yet. Because I see you on my end. You're right next to me.
It's totally fine. You're gonna crash my RAM. We're gonna crash stream when it loads in.
We're gonna break it. We're gonna break it.
Oh no. Oh no.
Aaron, how dare you? Yeah, see now. Oh,
actually, it didn't lag that bad. I think Adora's has a worse case. Yeah, I'll scoot over.
I'll shrink. Where do you want me?
We can stay here for now. We'll pop over to the side in a minute. I'm still going to change some of the settings that are in the game really quick because I did not realize how many like effects they slammed into this.
Oh, did they? Oh gosh,
there's like so much little like TV effects and stuff, and I'm trying to figure out where VHS effects. Turn down to
because a good chunk of it's like meant to be like, oh, it's like found footage and stuff like that. So a lot of gradiness.
Yeah, a lot of games that have been doing that recently
with a video camera.
Red runs in like a Kool-Aid man. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Just comes in through the ceiling. It's okay. You wouldn't be the only person.
Hey.
Yeah, it looks like there's only one setting for the VHS effect, and it goes from like overwhelming to nothing.
It's like, all right,
there's normal and there's low.
Do you want them or do you not? Those are your options. Oh, 1 second. I'm in too many Discords. I lost track.
You can also, if you didn't know, you can actually click like the voice you're connected into. It'll say like live 3, all my fellas. It'll actually pull you straight to the voice chat.
Oh wait, that's so nice. I love that. Discord, don't lie to me and saying that you can't see my mic. I know that's a lie.
Just tuck red out off the screen a little bit just so that it doesn't reload your PNG in.
Give me 1 second. What I'm going to do is I'm going to do a little hee-hee. I'm going to pop out chat so I could actually see what chat has to say.
Smart. Good night, Ordain. It's the Euro peeps bedtime.
Oh my gosh, it is. Actually, it's way past the Euro peeps. Aren't they like?
I think for Ordain right now it's almost midnight.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's like 11:30 right now.
Yeah, Ordained usually comes in at least on like my regular like 4 p.m. days to say like hi and like hang out for the first hour of chatting, and then he's like, I'm going to bed, good night.
I am going to eat. Goodbye.
Listen, I'm just proud that Ordained comes around every time because Ordained is one of our 2 master chaos little gremlins over here.
Oh, you love to see it.
All right. Oh, I forgot there was one thing. Oh, that's right. We haven't got to hang out before. Since
We have not. This is technically our first hangout on your show. I feel like we did a collab at someone else's place.
I know we did. I'm trying to remember where. I think I remember one a long time ago. One furry son of a bitch who is not around.
Oh my god. Oh, that's right.
I think that was the first time we met.
Yes.
And then since then, it's been like on and off, either on like Adora's or I think we did something last year. Were we on together on a Terra's or no?
Trying to think. If it wasn't a Terra because I haven't gotten to a collab with a Terra yet. It might have been.
Was it somebody else's birthday?
No. Oro got it. It was Radius when I came in for like, yo, who wants to start a monster fucker book club? Yeah, no, Oro's got it. That's what it was.
That's No, I think there was another time, but yeah, there was that other one. What, 2 years ago?
I think that was at one of Min's things.
I think I've only been on Min Stream once when it was open in Fellas, and I think that's it.
I know for a fact that we have hung out at least 3 times on stream. At least
That's
3.
true, but I think every single one of them has been somebody else's stream. And
yeah,
neither of them were our own.
Yeah, it's never our streams. It's always somebody else.
That's like I've been waiting for one of these Dino horror games to come out because these have been in the works for
okay, because
2 years.
So I have, oh my god, I have such like a love-hate relationship with dinosaur-themed games because there are so many projects that are coming out that are, or I put air quotes in, coming out because they never come out.
They're coming soon, like, boy. I hope soon is actually soon.
Yeah, like real quick, because I have all of them. I have all of them on my freaking like Steam wish list.
I do too. I have a lot of the horror ones. I'm waiting on Paleophage.
All right, let's see. Paleophage. Let's see what other ones were there. Deathground was supposed to come out 2023. It's now 2025. Let's see. Instinction was given a 2024 release date. Not out yet. Zid Journey. They're actually working on the point-and-click game that is Zid Journey. I give them props. I got to play the demo, and it was really good. Lost Wilds, also supposed to come out 2024.
That one sounds familiar.
It got announced around the same time as Instinction. This is the one where they were basically like, oh, like it is a survival game, but the dinosaurs won't just try to murder you for the sake of murdering you. They act like actual animals. Like if they're hungry, they might shoot you. If you make certain noises or lights, they might get like spooked and run off.
Okay.
Yeah. So that one was supposed to come out last year. Has not come out. Project Survival got announced. It's supposed to be like a open world anime Monster Hunter-esque game with like a lot of dinosaur-themed monsters. That one they did announce like in 2023, but like they didn't give a date. It's more like a proof of concept.
Yeah, a Monster Hunter game sounds like it'll take a while.
Yeah. Unknown Tapes, I will give them credit. They actually released a damn game.
I think they released a game within the year they promised.
Within the year they promised. Not many can do that. Paleo Pines came out when it was supposed to come out.
And they're still adding updates to that one.
Yes, there's, well, what's it called? I actually helped them. I put in a colorway in that game.
Oh, I remember that.
Yeah, there's a red claw themed colorway in there called Tyrant.
That's amazing.
I am excited for Kyoryu. Kyoryu did get announced. It doesn't have a date, but like Kyoryu has been a proof of concept for about a year. And about 4 months ago, they were like, it's going to be a game. So that one's pretty cool. It's basically, like, remember the game Stray with cats? Like the cat game Stray? Yes. So basically imagine cyberpunk universe with genetically engineered samurai T-Rex.
What?
Just look up Kyoryu and you'll see what I mean when I say genetically engineered samurai T-Rex.
Okay, Kyoryu.
Yeah, it's spelled Kyoryu.
Okay, I think I found it. Oh. Oh, what the fuck?
Yep. Yep.
Oh my god, it even has like this big like crown formation on its head that looks sort of like an old style like samurai helmet.
Yeah. And like they gave him like a layered plated skin to give him armor.
Oh, it's weirdly like armadillo like.
Yeah, well, like they explained that apparently like it's pseudo Jurassic Park-esque, where it's like, oh, we basically bioengineered dinosaurs with the power of genetic mutation. This is Chad. This is the way that the creators get away with saying it's okay that they're not scientifically accurate.
Scientifically or anatomically accurate. Yeah.
I will say, anatomically speaking, the T-Rex is actually pretty on point. Things like the armor plating and like the head crest, it's a little much, but still.
It's very much trying to make it that like special little touch that like most monster hunters get, where it's like, this is supposed to be a thing. Do you get it?
Oh, but my favorite thing about this is you get to play as the baby T-Rex, and whenever shit gets crazy, you get to call Dad. Dad is the samurai.
Wait, so this is basically a Monster Hunter-ish game where you play as another dinosaur?
Yep, you're basically exploring like this abandoned post-apocalyptic cyberpunk like Japan. As a baby T-Rex.
This game owns my wallet already. I'm gonna need to be alerted when shit actually starts moving with this one.
Oh, like they already dropped they dropped like a proof of concept trailer like a year ago. And then it was at some sort of gaming event that they dropped like a rough idea of what the gameplay looks like trailer. It looks great.
Okay. Also, is that person's name Queef Biscuits? Hi, Queef Biscuits.
Queef Biscuits?
It's B-U-I. Biscuits.
Biscuits. Oh, I love that.
I'm sorry. I saw the first time chatter and I was like...
Queef Biscuits.
Fantastic. All right.
You gotta love names like that.
It's always the funny ones, the ones you least expect. They either come in randomly or you get like the people that give subs and you're just like, that can't be somebody's name.
That can't be real. That can't be real.
Somebody made a fake account just so they could have this ridiculous name.
So I do not know who it is, but there is an anonymous user that always comes in my streams and they will gift subs to the most cursed names they can find. Like I've had like gifted subs to them gift subs to, and this is an actual name. I glued my butthole shut for you.
Feels like something I would see in Veggie's chat.
Right?
That's fantastic. Oh my god. That's a mouthful for a name though.
Oh yeah.
I can't think of any recent ones I've had now besides the Queef Biscuits. God, I have some clips somewhere of like me like doing something and then hearing the alert and turning and looking at it and being like, what?
God, I can make I can make like a 30-minute montage off of like my reactions to the amount of cursed names I've seen.
Half the time it's just thank you for the follow.
Oh no, I always be like, thank you for the sub. I'm not saying that. Thank you for getting sub 2. I'm not saying that name. Thank you for the follow. I'm not saying your name.
Oh god.
I'm not doing it. You can't make me.
Would you like the most cursed gift sub I've ever seen? Oh my god, yes.
Oh my god.
I'm always curious what the most cursed could possibly be. But
well, like, cause some of them I watch, I'm like, how did this get past Twitch? How did Twitch like, I get freaking denied if I say like butt or like damn in my like emote names.
Oh yeah.
But
you gotta find a way around. It's like bakery, dump truck.
But like the amount of the types of names that I've seen like on Twitch, like how did this get past like any oversight? What?
For sure.
Are there no auto mods for just basic usernames?
I mean, it's also shocking with like emotes and stuff. Whenever you have like the just kind of slip them on in whenever you want.
Yeah.
Also, hold on, they said the name Smegma Princess. I hate it here.
Oh my god.
I hate it here.
I already yearn for death. I yearn for death right now.
I'm gonna go jump into the jaws of the first dinosaur we find.
Yeah, like the first T-Rex, just take me. Just end my existence.
That was one of the I don't know if this was in the demo, but one of the things in the description that I was like trying to figure out like its whole premise. One thing in it said that big dinosaurs can destroy buildings.
Yes, we do get an instance of that in the demo.
Ooh, I'm not ready for that.
Yeah. Oh, I just remembered another dinosaur horror game that actually came out, Oakwood, and it is a good one. However,
Oh, I think I have heard of that one.
the thing is, like, I'll be real, I don't know how it still is able to be purchased because all of the dinosaur assets are stolen.
I was gonna say something about like when it comes to like horror games a lot recently, especially with these dino horror games, I am approaching them with the biggest grain of salt. Because my biggest gripe right now is so many horror games and like quick games that like have a bit of a gimmick to them that people seem to appeal to is their flips, their asset flips.
Yeah, so this one, it was a pretty big asset flip because all of the dinosaur assets are from the Telltale's Jurassic Park game.
Really?
Yep.
They just like ripped them from the game, or they were like
yeah, the T-Rex is Rexy. The Velociraptors are the Velociraptors from the game. Yeah.
It's like blue and like that pack.
No.
Okay, these are just generic ones.
From the Telltale game. So
Okay.
like these are the ones from like the first movie.
Oh God.
Yeah, but like when you see them, you're like, oh, these were assets just taken from the Telltale's game.
There was oh God, there was a moment I had recently in a game. Did you ever see the A Quiet Place game that came out recently?
I have not.
That game is an asset flip.
Is it really?
A movie franchise that grossed over $200 million worldwide.
They couldn't
its
pay
video
for their
game
own
is an
assets?
asset flip. I didn't believe it at first either, and I was going through the game. I was doing like technically the first level is like a hospital. And I was going through it for the longest time, and I get close to the end where it's like, you gotta escape out the exit. And I'm standing at the reception's desk, and I look straight ahead. I'm looking at the desk, and in this clip, I just freeze, and I stare at it. And I just go quiet, and like chat's like, what's wrong? And I go, hold on a second. And I go over to my other monitor, I pull up the browser, I pull up the Unity Asset Store. It is the Apocalyptic Hospital Asset Pack. That is also used in Demonologist. That is also used in Panic Core. And it's just in so many like little horror games. I just didn't realize it because they had actually like moved the map and stuff around so that it wasn't very recognizable. But the second I looked at the desk and was like, that's the same desk I was having to pull the mission objectives out of in Panic Core, I knew it was the asset flip. And I was like, motherfucker, I was sponsored for this game.
So the people in my community that are in chat right now, like you guys were here for that stream last Friday where I was just yelling about the choices that studios and their executives make. This is one of them.
Yep.
This is one of them.
It's reusing assets. It's like this moment where you're like, okay, a big movie's making a game. I bet this game's gonna be like really unique, fun mechanics, interesting. I know that desk.
Flip.
I know that desk. I know that subway car.
I know this room. I know this house.
I know
I've
this
been
cabin.
In this house.
I'm planning on making a video
here.
on that shit as like the first thing with 2.0, and I'm kind of excited to do it because it's just going to be rage filled. It's just
That's
gonna.
good.
It's every single piece that I'm like, here's an
hate flow
example. I'm
through
back in
you.
the fucking building again.
I thought the T-Rex was modeled after the prehistoric Rex. Oakwood came out like 3 years before Prehistoric Planet did.
The King Kong game. Oh, the like side-scrolling one.
That one wasn't an asset flip.
I didn't see too much of that one. I only saw that it came out, and I was like, hey.
It suffered the worst fate of any game. It was mid.
Of course.
It suffered the fate of being mid. Like what's it called? Like the concept was interesting. The Metroidvania like esque game where you are basically a person trying to maneuver through like the ruins of like a city attacked by like these kaiju while also trying to outmaneuver kaiju's like it was unfortunate. And it sucks because there was a lot of like lore and stuff for like the MonsterVerse, like the Godzilla Kong
like Monarch
MonsterVerse
and
that's
stuff.
in the game. Yeah, like with Monarch, like what was going on with certain characters that we haven't seen in the movies in a minute, like things like that. Like it was really cool, but it just sucks that the game was so painfully mediocre.
I was gonna say that's just the what is it? The constant potential of movie and TV show video games. The best it can be is mid.
It really is unfortunate.
It's every time you're like, here's a movie that's making a game. Oh, maybe it'll be really cool. They'll have a big budget for it because that movie did really well, or other stuff like that. And the best it ever is mid.
Yeah.
I still think of some of the X-Men games I played as a kid that like I got one for the GameCube and I finished more than 90% of it in less than 3 hours when it was marketed as like a like long run, make your own X-Men RPG. I can't remember the name of it. But once I got the game, that you only get 3 options as characters you can play as.
Oh my God.
You get to pick from 3 different characters, and you get to pick from 3 different powers. And it's basically just close range, long range, mid range. And you take those powers through the entire game.
Oh, that's awful.
I was like 12 at the time. I finished it in 3 hours. And was like, I'm taking this game back.
I'm done. I'm out of here. This is awful. But like one of the the worst things with Kong Survival was the fact that in the game, there are like people that you fight. You fight people and you fight like other smaller monsters and stuff like that. As you progress through the game, like they basically give you like a melee weapon, which is either like a bat or a crowbar, and then like you get like a handgun. And apparently, if you explore enough, like you could find things like a shotgun and stuff like that. Now, a big thing that they push for you is hoard your freaking ammo because you need the ammo to like shoot locks off and aim to like fire at like bombs to like blow things up so you can get to new locations and stuff like that. However, as you continue through the game, you keep encountering characters like an NPC enemies that basically require you to shoot them for you to beat them.
Oh, like they're just bad to like melee?
Oh no, like like meleeing just doesn't work on them.
Oh, okay.
Like they will kill you before you're able to kill them with a melee weapon. So you have to shoot them to get past them. But the thing is, there's like little to no ammo replenishing.
Oof.
So it's literally like, oh, you have to hoard your ammo because you need ammo to keep progressing, but also you have to waste ammo on enemies because they're gonna keep getting tougher and tougher to kill. But we're not gonna give you a lot of ammo, so it's like, okay, so I just can't play.
I was gonna say that sounds like I've known other games that do the very similar thing where it's like the late game imbalance where they didn't think these like moments through, where like the scaling difficulty just kind of screws you at one point if you didn't do a certain thing. So it's like they give you like guns. They're like, this is utility. This is practical utility. Don't use this as a weapon. You save this for things so that you can get more stuff.
Yeah, no, the issue is that like what they did in Kong was they made all of your weapons your utility items.
Yeah.
You do not like get to, so like let's say like, oh, I want the shotgun. It's you get the shotgun or you get the pistol. You do not get both.
Oh. Wait, that's really dumb.
I want the crowbar. You either get the crowbar or you get the bat. You do not get both.
And they have different uses?
Nope.
Oh.
Nope. But the thing is, like, so like for like the crowbar, like for like the shotgun has a spread. The pistol has an like actually just a straight line of fire. Yeah. So like let's say, oh, I need to aim up at a corner, like at a box that's like in a corner I need to aim. Yeah, shotgun ain't gonna work for that.
That's so weird. And they use, I'm guessing different ammo is also a different item you get in this game?
No, it's just bullets.
Okay.
Yeah. But like I said, it doesn't matter because the ammo distribution is so freaking limited. It's basically at the start of a zone, end of a zone, and some random locations, and you might pick up a
Oh,
bullet
God.
from someone that you kill. Like a single bullet.
Yeah. That reminds me of the gripes I had a lot with like it's how you like predicted at where like items and stuff are in that game. The oh, what was the game I just talked about? The Quiet Place game has the exact same formula where it's just like tunnel you have to walk through, arena you have to hide from the monster from or sneak around the monster, another tunnel, another arena, and you repeat that X number of times till you finish a location, and then you move on to the next location and repeat the same thing. And then the location will usually add like an extra mechanic.
Yeah, that's basically what it was. It was like, okay, you're in a new area. You have to traverse through the area. You have to break down some walls. You have to unlock some. You have to solve a couple puzzles. You will probably get jumped by people because that was the other thing. Like they constantly had people jumping you, and it wasn't like, oh, I'll just run backwards. Like, nope, surprise, they're coming from both directions. Good luck.
Where did you come from? I just walked past there.
Yeah, no, it's like I just walked from there. How did I not see you? And it's like, don't question it. You're getting
just some
jumped.
dude in a box is like, he'll never
Also,
suspect a
Indo,
thing.
you are correct. You had you could only carry at most 5 bullets. So whatever you had in the chamber, that was it. That was all you had. You got 5 bullets and 5 shots.
Of the Outlast games? I love the Outlast games. I actually played Trials yesterday.
I haven't played the Outlast games. There's a lot of games I have not played, chat.
I recommend them. They have really good lore and they mix in like actual history with them. Or like, it's, the weird way to put it is they mix like the Murkoff Corporation, which crossed over from all of them, is interbred into actual history.
Interesting.
So they'll like one of the things you find out is like the Murkoff Corporation is like one of the reasons that like when the Vietnam War broke out, they had like a major part to do in that.
Okay.
Yeah, that's just one of the examples. Like most of the like late 90s history revolves around the Murkoff Corporation essentially instigating it in certain ways. Is like the prequel stuff, and then you get to like the modern stuff in the Outlast 1 and 2 single player games.
Neat. Yeah, no, because I've told this story on my chat so many times. Like, there's like a decade and a half's worth of games I just have not played.
Oh yeah, I don't even want to look at my library.
It's more so just because like I always say this. Chat, for those of you who do not know, in the late 90s and early 2000s, Nintendo kind of really freaking sucked at marketing. And they basically tricked an entire generation of parents into thinking that all Nintendo games are for little babies.
Yep.
So
listen, I still play Pokemon.
Oh yeah, same. But so like around the time I was like 12, my parents were like, "You're too old for these baby games. Here's an Xbox."
I had to pay for an Xbox on my own. My parents only wanted to buy Nintendo consoles.
Yeah, no, so like my parents are like, no more Nintendo for you. You're a big kid now. Here's an Xbox. The problem was that they didn't realize the majority of the kids in my town also only had PlayStations. So that happened, and then around the time I was in middle school,
I'm playing Halo. We're playing Gears of War.
Well, okay, so the thing was like even when like Xbox 360 had come out. The majority of people around me, like, the only game they ever wanted to play was Call of Duty.
Oh,
they didn't even like in my town, they didn't even like Halo. They preferred Call of Duty. And I, respectfully, hated Call of Duty.
I never got it. Never got it.
Never understood the appeal.
Same.
I played Modern Warfare 2. I'm not gonna lie, chat. I do not understand the appeal of no Russian. And I get it was
Modern
controversial
Warfare 2
at the time.
was the only one that I played with my brother, and I still never got it. He would just bully me with like no scopes and would get mad at me when I started sniping him. He'd be like, "You're hard scoping." I was like, "Yeah, that's what a sniper rifle's for, dude."
Yeah, that's what it's for, nerd. But yeah, but unfortunately, because at the time everyone was only playing Call of Duty, it made my brain think, "Oh, these are the games that everyone is playing. That must mean that these are the only good games that are out right now. I don't like these games. Therefore, I must not like video games."
Oh, okay.
That's where my brain's logic was. I was like, oh, I guess I'm just not that much of a gamer guy. So
did you end up having like a window where you just didn't touch games?
Oh, yeah. Basically from, I kid you not, from like 2011 all the way to like 20, like, actually, no, it was like 2010 all the way to like 2018.
Dang.
So like there was just like an 8-year stint of where I just did not touch games.
Real quick, Stringy Dream, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. That was like, oh, what was it? The games that like people in my town were obsessed with, or primarily like the nerdy folks in my school were obsessed with, were like Skyrim, the Fallout games.
Yeah,
and they were always like, these are the best games if you want to play like a story game, blah blah blah. And I'd go over to their house and they'd be like, here's the controller, here's Fallout 3, make a character, play it, and I just never got it. Just never figured the appeal. It never clicked. It's too gritty for me. My eyes just like roll back and back of my head, and I'm like, can I go play something else?
I missed out on so many games. Like to Yukami's point, like I apparently missed out on what was considered like the golden age of RPGs. Yep. Like I didn't play, like literally like it was like the second year I was streaming, so this was like 2022. That was like the first time I had ever played Skyrim.
Oh,
I never
you got
touched
all the DLC.
Yeah, I did get all of that, thankfully. But like, that's what I mean. Like, I missed out on so many games just because I was like, oh, I guess because in my town nobody likes other games. They only play Call of Duty, and I don't like Call of Duty, so I guess I'm not playing video games. Yeah,
I played all the way through Skyrim when it was still only on the 360. And I was so tired of it at one point, I figured out I don't remember the name of the item, but it was like the skin book that would give you like a boost in stats. And I didn't have Xbox Live because my parents didn't like me playing video games at all. And it was just to placate us when we had a console. So I couldn't play online, so I didn't have the newest update. So there was a glitch where you could just take the book, use it, it would boost a bunch of stats in like a section of your skill trees. And then without closing your inventory, you put it on the bookcase. And then you would pull it off again, and you could use it over and over and over. And so I just maxed out my stats and sped run the game. Because I was just like, I don't get the appeal, but I want to finish the game, so my friends will stop telling me to play it.
You know what? I respect the drive. I respect the grind. I was like, no, my friends are going to keep bugging me about this, so I'm just going to power through.
They gave me the game. They were like, here's Skyrim. Go play it.
Wait a second. Kaiju Kanojo, I was working at GameStop for the Skyrim midnight release. Kanojo, how are you alive?
She's sturdy.
How are you alive right now?
Maki's
I didn't even play
sturdy
it
as
when
they
it
come.
came out, but I saw the lines.
God, I think the only ones that were comparative were like Halo releases.
Yeah.
I do remember the midnight Overwatch release.
I don't remember that one, but then again, I didn't like that was also I was like, oh, everything's digital now, so I don't need to like actually like go to a store to get the game.
Oh, I was in college at the time and had gotten the collector's edition stuff, so it came with like a whole bunch of extra physical stuff, like a poster and the little Winton figure. Winton. Winton. It's still somewhere. I don't know where it is now, but I still have it. God damn it, local! Stop trying to navigate the skibbity ban.
I was going to say, can you do me a solid and just like time out local? Please?
Yeah, I can. I got to.
Please.
I got you. I specifically banned the word skibbity, and both yesterday and today he has run smack dab into that wall and then comes back and replaces the eyes with ones.
Yeah, I'm like,
Sunstar, can you ban skibbity with ones?
Delete the skibbities.
Oh my god.
No, because he came into my stream earlier today with that shit.
He does it to everybody. And the funniest thing is too, talking to Adora, is that he's apparently ridiculously normal. Yeah. Oh, you can't see it, but Sunstar is currently deleting every possible like mix of fucking skibbity.
Fantastic. Doing God's work right now.
Wait, you remember the challenge Todd Howard gave the world? Whoever had a child in Skyrim release day and named him Dovahkiin would get free Bethesda games for life? No, I didn't remember that.
Wait, is that really?
I wonder if somebody did that.
I want to choose to believe that somebody did.
Oh God.
I wish to choose to believe that somebody did.
I bet somebody did, but I wonder if he went through for it, because I don't trust Todd Howard's word as far as I can throw him.
Yeah, I was gonna say, did Todd Howard actually like follow through?
Anytime I'm watching game announcements and Todd Howard's on stage, I'm just like, this motherfucker's lying. He's lying.
Also follow-up question: how many games did they actually end up walking away with after that? Because I feel like Bethesda has not like how many games since Skyrim has Bethesda released?
Fallout 76.
Okay.
Fallout 4. I'm pretty sure. Starfield. But I don't know about what else off the top of my head. The new Dooms? Yeah, technically all the Dooms.
Okay, so what are we at right now? Like 6? 6
5
or 7
6,
games?
Yeah.
5 or 6? Okay, so
there's what? 2 Dooms right now?
There's 2 Dooms. Evil Within 1 and 2, that's 4.
And then Fallout 4, Fallout 76, now we're up to 6.
Fallout 4. That's 6. Do we count Elder Scrolls Online?
Isn't that made by a different studio?
Oh, if it's made by a different studio, then fuck that. No, never mind.
I think Elder Scrolls Online is an IP borrowed, isn't it?
Yeah. Also, I don't think Bethesda did Hi-Fi Rush, Titan.
No, they didn't. Hi-Fi Rush was made by an indie studio that was technically under the Embracer Group, which I am so upset about because one of the companies that got shut down at the same time they did was Tango Gameworks, which was the Ghostwire Tokyo, my favorite horror RPG. And they were apparently working on a sequel to that I am now upset and willing to burn down the Embracer Group for.
Yes, Bethesda put their hands in later to improve it because that doesn't count though. That's literally that doesn't mean that they made the game. That means they went in to to patch things up. There's a big difference.
They're 29 Doom games? No, we're talking about the Doom games since Skyrim came out.
Yeah, specifically. Okay, so all right, so I'm going to say a solid 6 games. A solid 6 games.
6 roughly $60 games.
Roughly $60. We'll go in and just say $60. That's, for the record, chat, that means that currently speaking, since Skyrim has come out, if anyone did go through with that, and literally made the legal name of their child Dovahkiin, they got $360 worth of games. Was that worth it? Was that worth it?
I mean, it's not the worst name I've heard people have, and even then, like, Dova would be a good nickname.
Oh, yeah.
Dova's a pretty cool nickname. I'm trying to think of a friend that I had my freshman year in college. She had a very interesting name. I think her name was Tano. Something like that.
DK would be a good DK would be a good nickname. Joke's on you, customer. Joke's on you, customer. I said Dova, not Bova. So your joke doesn't fail because it's not even the right word. To the mines with you!
All right, you heard him. Carrie, bonk his ass. Get out the spray bottle.
Get the spray bottle.
Are we counting games published by Bethesda, or are we counting games made by Bethesda?
Okay, what was the arrangement? Was it games developed by Bethesda or any Bethesda game?
I feel like Todd Howard would worm his way out of it by saying games that they made.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
To minimize the games having to be given away.
Yeah, I was gonna say we have to assume Todd Howard being sleazy.
The man lied to a degree until he was called out, and then they had to actually put work in for it.
Okay, any game made by Bethesda, so that includes that means developed. Okay, then yeah, no, it's still like 6 or 7 games.
Yeah. Yes, Plague. Why are you throwing things at me?
Dang, I saw that banana so fast.
The funny thing too with some of them recently is they are fast and they hit me and then they kind of float off like they're suddenly in moon gravity.
Like,
what the hell? I forever curse Todd Howard for not letting me smooch the 1930s Private Eye Robot. Oh, Valentine? Right, isn't that his name from Fallout? I think they're talking about the same.
Another series of games did not play.
The Assassin game count? Assassin game?
Now I don't even know it.
I don't know either. Nick Valentine? Yeah, that was the person. The one that I know Lala is obsessed with.
Yes.
But Dishonored? Dishonored isn't Bethesda. Dishonored was another one of the studios. Arkham?
No, that's Rocksteady.
No. The studio's called Arkham.
Oh,
I'm pretty sure.
Gotcha.
Arcane. It's Arcane Studio.
Arcane.
That's what it was.
Okay.
Yeah, they got shut down at the same time as like Tango Gameworks, and there was just a big purge when it came to like the Embracer Group studios, and we lost like a lot of those good studios, including what was Arcane working on a sequel for Dishonored 2.
That's unfortunate.
I think they also said they were working on a multiplayer one.
I didn't play Dishonored 2, but I did play Dishonored 1, and I really enjoyed it. So
I always recommend Dishonored. It's so good. It's a good series.
Mm-hmm. Since Skyrim, there have been 6 first-party games in the House of Bethesda games. So our original math was right. So basically, if you agree to this deal, as of right now, the name of your child is worth $360.
Yep.
Hope you feel good about yourself.
The thing too is I can't imagine like how if like those parents like outgrew their love of like Bethesda at this point, and then occasionally when they release a new game, they just get it in the mail and they just stare at it with like disgust. They're just like, is anybody gonna play this? Nova, you want to take a swing at this? Just smacks it. But God, when Skyrim came out in what, 2010?
It was like 2010. So at this point, any kid is like 15 years old.
15 years old, and you've gotten every Bethesda game basically you could want. But even then, Khajiit, we call him KJ for short. Yep.
Oh my God.
All right, we got about 40 seconds till the ad break, and then after the ad break, we can go straight into the game. I've had it open in the background this whole time.
No. I haven't
enjoying
opened,
the talking though.
No, it's fun. Skyrim was. That's right. Skyrim was 2011. Okay, sorry, my bad. 14 years old. Your kid is 14 years old. Hey, Dova, Dad, I told you this. Call me Mark. I don't want. I hate this name.
Not Mark.
He just wants to have the most normal fucking name. My name is Gregory, dang it.
Oh no, I just remember my friend's name. Her name was actually Tova. She was Russian. I wish I was joking. It was just Tova, Tova. And then she had a really Russian last name that I can't remember. We were only friends freshman year, and then we ended up like losing common classes, so we didn't get to hang out that often.
Don't you hate when that happens?
It's always like, oh man, this is a really cool person. We have like so many classes together, all this other jazz. And then it's like, the very next semester, you're on the polar opposite ends of campus.
You're all divvied up, never like you're not even this you don't even like live in the same dorm building. Yep. So it's like you have to put in like the actual effort to maintain the friendship.
Oh yeah. Although she was the person that burned pumpkins with me on Halloween one night. We took ethanol and borax and made green and blue fire pumpkins, and then put them out on like promenades all around campus. We took like mini pumpkins and did that. And because we were using like the ethanol and stuff for it, the pumpkins didn't burn, but the ethanol did. So there was just burning pumpkins all around campus.
Are you telling me that y'all pulled a freaking green goblin?
You're damn right we did.
Jack-o'-bombs?
Now that you have all of your pumpkins burning around campus, you have plenty of time to kill the Spider-Man. I'm waiting for Green Goblin for Marvel Rivals.
That's gonna be chaotic as shit, and I love it. I haven't played Marvel Rivals yet. It's in my Steam library. I'm gonna be real. I say this as I am literally getting an ad for Marvel Rivals on your stream right now. I am.
Uh-oh. What the heck?
Wait, what day is it?
Oh, it's Tuesday.
Damn it!
Fuck! All right, that'll take a minute. I'll go to the corner. I'll give chat the iPad for a minute. Theoretically, it should automatically reconnect, but we will see.
It should, in theory.
That means, though, I'm pretty sure your PNG is still over here tucked in the corner, so.
Okay, at least I get to live on in the form of an adorable PNG with a cigarette and clipboard.
I love the cigarette so much. It's so small.
Because it's a size-accurate cigarette.
I dig it. I dig it a lot. Oh my God.
You both are about to start and Steam decides now to have an update time. Of course. The thing is, Rathalos is, and we always, everyone forgets about this. Around 6 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Central, Steam does an update on Tuesdays. It's just an overall maintenance update. I freaking hate it.
The thing is, I think it's actually stuck to like a UTC. So in certain seasons, I remember it being at like 7 when I was on the East Coast.
Well, I remember they changed it because that was like I had to like me and Min. So me and Min, we used to do Final Fantasy 14 collabs with other people, and basically from Monday to Thursday, we would just be on a different person's stream.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah,
Wait,
like,
I forget. Are they still doing that with Veggie or?
They are still doing it with Veggie. What we are planning for with that is once Veggie is all caught up, we're merging the 2 streams.
Ah, okay, gotcha.
So that it's like it's like gonna be the 3 of us. But what's it called? Every Tuesday we'd forget about the damn update.
It gets you every time. All right. Also, Storyteller, thank you for renewing your season pass. Welcome back.
Let's go.
Enjoying having the cutest and scariest emotes on Twitch, and they're only going to get more terrifying. Red calls Delulu? Wait, what? What did you do?
Oh, is that the Discord kitten? Don't mind them.
Yes, it is the Discord kitten.
Don't mind them. I'm very much enjoying that I have that I have basically changed the cultural zeitgeist on the perception of Kono. I very much enjoy that I have shifted the entirety of the discussion of Kono, because Kono sits there like when SpongeBob lifts up the razor, like, I am a man. But every time Kono's like, I am a dog, and I'm like, are you sure? You sure about that, buddy?
You positive?
You positive?
Trying your best?
Trying your best?
Kono, you should have known that I was going to take Red's side on this. I take any direction it takes to bully you. Sorry, trying to play words on stream. Is that what you're going for with Delulu? So now you're trying to backpedal? Is that what this is?
I see how it is.
I'm gifting him the cat ears in Discord. I'm still waiting on like Kono to end up with like a cat PNG. Oh my god. All right.
Check the side check the side chat, Madeline.
Uh-oh. What's
in the side chat?
Let me see. I demand parley right now. No.
You're trying to you're gonna try to defend yourself? We have literal video evidence.
That's always the funniest thing too, is like, I demand to like justify myself. No. I'm not obligated to give you a platform. Welcome to politics.
The funny thing is that I want to drag Kono onto a stream at some point because like there was some interesting licensing laws that came out from like a lawsuit between Toho, the owners of Godzilla, and Bandai. And I was like, okay, this is really interesting, but I want someone who actually understands law to explain it to me. And I know for a fact the moment I let him in, he's gonna be like, all right, first things first. I need to make I have to make an
I need to clear the air.
I need to clear the air. And then I'm just gonna press the mute button. And I'll just be like, I'm sorry. Nobody heard a word you said.
Just turn off Discord. Just click.
Just
watch him go. Just sit in silence watching him go.
Oh, it's like, oh, that's right. I'm gonna nod my I see. Okay. I see your arguments. But by the time he's like, I'll be real, I didn't hear a word you said.
No, what you need to do is just mute it so chat can't hear it, like in OBS. And you can like hear it and like not long keep him convinced. Keep him convinced.
I can hear all of it. I will listen to the entire argument. I'm like, all right, here's the bad news. Nobody heard that.
Oh my god.
I'm going to go back to lawyering now. I don't know when I'll stop.
Oh man, I can't believe Kono's about to become lost in the lawyer hole.
Oh dang.
Let me see if I can check the connection to Steam servers failed. Okay.
It's only been like 6 minutes.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure because I didn't know what it did in VTube Studio whenever it like disconnects, but it looks like it just pops up.
Sometimes, at least I'll be real, on my end, it might like force me to like reset like everything. Because like on my end, whenever it does it, it's like, oh, I need to like task manager close like Steam.
Usually for me, it like reconnects. Now I usually get a point because it'll be like, I'll know when it reconnects because just friends keep popping up in the corner. It'll be the like everybody who's online playing a game will just all of a sudden start filling the corner, and I'm like, oh my god.
Oh my god.
Expotai, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. NPC dialogue mashing. Skip. Yeah, yeah. Please hurry up.
Yeah.
Click. I don't know what that dialogue option was. Click.
All 7K of your friends scrolling to the top of everyone is now online.
Oh my god, we could probably just get into the game with the PNG, and when it reconnects,
Yeah.
it
Like,
may just auto reconnect it. We'll see.
We'll see. It's all good. I can be a science man.
Science man. Let me do a little readjusting here. Yeah. Fantastic. Okay. And then you should be able to see the game regardless.
Oh yeah, I can still see it and everything. We're good.
All right. Turn the game volume up in OBS. I always have to play some finagling with my audio settings in this. Okay. It just has the only audio in the menu is static, and I have to max my fucking game slider to hear it.
Let's go.
For the best experience, we recommend using headphones.
Oddly enough, I need to like I'm trying to like maximize. There we go. I'll be real. I didn't hear a single thing of this game. I had to like up it to 200%.
I still don't hear anything. Is the count of what happened in because even if it was on system that it's by default, it was on game.
It only ever affects.
I think just right now there's not much audio going on.
Yeah.
The material you're about to see is the account of what happened in Sector XW-4, codenamed to discourage curious people. This material is government property, and viewing it without authorization will pose serious risks to your personal safety. Furthermore, every voice, face, or data that could make a person or place recognizable has been altered for government reasons. The young age of the person taking the video makes everything even more shocking, and he could never have imagined all the madness and horror he would witness that day. Details. Recording begins approximately 5 to 7 minutes after the helicopter crash, according to estimates. Oh, boy!
Oh, boy!
Oh.
Oh, there's the volume.
Yeah, there's like, it had no audio for a second.
Right off the bat! Have fun, buddy!
God, I'm having flashbacks to, like, Don't Scream already. Okay. Helichopper. Shift to sprint. I don't think I want to sprint right now. Wait, is there more fire over there? I to open inventory. Oh no. Second anniversary of your passing dad. Oh no, do we want story?
Yo, we got lore!
Lore! Today is the second anniversary of your passing dad, and I still don't even have a body to cry over. Were you very proud of your work at the ARU Research Center, and how did they treat you? Yes, I say they. Because to me, it wasn't an accident like they tried to make it out to be. For me, something else happened, and the fact that, in theory, your body was totally destroyed makes me think about this even more. My complaints to the police and investigators were of no use. You know how bureaucracy works, especially if the injured party is a single common individual, and on the other side, there is a company that has various connections. Wait, Kono's a specialist in this.
Kono, come back from lawyering! We need you!
This is how you avoid a corporation that kills your dad with dinosaurs. You know, Dad, I finally became a reporter a few months ago, solely to seek the truth about what happened to me. So tonight, using the help of a contact of mine who is a military pilot, I will try to sneak into the area of an ARU research center to find out the truth about you. I love you. Freshman reporter N9475, Travis Kahn. Stop.
Oh, I hope you get used to that. That happens a lot.
Okay. Also, why did the helicopter go down?
Don't worry about it.
No.
Don't worry about it.
Okay, must be a code. Oh, I wrote something?
Oh, no, press... oh!
Was something in front of me? Oh, fuck.
Yeah?
The body?
Yeah.
J for objectives. I found a keypad. Enter a scientific station. I need the code to get in. Okay. Is that... It makes it sound like a chain link fence, but it's a wrought iron fence. Oh.
Silly game devs. They got the wrong fence.
You got the wrong audio. This is already the second time that Dave has lost the access code to the science station. I understand that he is the chief scientist, but the company merger thing is... Stop. Stop.
Stop.
Cease.
Oh, if you click out of it. Oh, did it just disappear completely?
No, it's here. Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say it should still be in the.
Because they disappeared off the ground, so I figured I picked it up. He's the chief scientist, but the company merger thing is really stressing him out. I'll check the warehouse later. The code will definitely be there. Okay. Wait, what was his name? Eric Fligisperti.
Fligisperti.
Fligisperti. The... Okay, it's beyond the leaves. So here's an actual chain link section. Stop. I don't like the bill clicking.
What, you don't what? It's just some birds.
It's totally it's spoon bill.
Some really weird birds.
Totally just a spoon bill because we're in what is it? I forget where spoon bills are native. Africa?
Oh, there we go. Oh, but the Discord freaked out on my end.
Uh-oh.
It's fine. It's just like literally the video just slowed to like half the frames.
Warehouse.
You know what, Probate? You're right. It does sound like tricky.
Oh, wait, what? Oh, the squawkers?
The screeching. It sounds like tricky in the distance.
So there's one building. Here, do we have stamina or anything? Anything besides noises?
I actually don't think there's a stamina limit. I think you could just indefinitely run.
Yeah, I feel like I to be realistic, do you think they're gonna make it? Oh nope, there is. I'm out of breath.
Never mind.
I'm out of breath.
Never mind. You're tuckered out.
The weird thing is there's no bar or anything. Okay, I think I need to go to a different... Shut your mouth.
So there is going back into this open field and just trying to find something. What's the worst that could happen in this open field?
With a flashlight.
With a flashlight.
Oh, I hate that.
Oh yeah, that's the downside also to having the flashlight off. You won't be able to see anything.
It's like, I've played games before where you can like slightly turn up the brightness and you can still see the ground, but there's nothing. There's nothing.
Oh yeah, they were straight up, what, you're gonna try to cheat? That's not very kosher of you.
Not very copaceta. Oh, there's the light. Please don't be a massive shadow. Please don't be a massive shadow. Please don't be a massive shadow. This is advanced darkness. Okay, we got another building, so there's got to be a way in.
Mayhaps you could follow the fence.
Mayhaps.
And see if there's a way to slip on through.
Oh, it was the tunnel that I saw. I thought that was just another way into the section of stupid. Can I jump? No, there's no jump. No way around there. And there's stamina. So I have about like 7-8 seconds of sprint.
More or less.
So it seems like it's more of a like... So that walking sim does make sense, but it's probably wants me to sneak more than anything.
So do you okay, sorry. Let me repreface because my words are getting all jumbled. Do you want an idea of what this game does?
I don't know anymore.
So, real quick, I think you can pause the game. Oh, hello.
Yeah, I can pause the game. What's up?
Okay, so the thing with this game is, one, it absolutely uses sound to make you freak the fuck out. As you have seen, it absolutely uses sound to basically get to your nerves. Now the downside is that there a lot of the times the sounds it's just fluff. It's just fluff.
Yeah,
Nothing's
there was
going
nothing
to happen.
at that fence, which was even weirder.
Yeah. Here's the downside though. It makes you get used to the sounds even when it's not fluff. And so the big thing is like, so a lot of times you're able to just like,
Making the mother of all omelets here, can't spread over every egg.
I'm sorry, Red. I can't hear you. Somebody hit an interrupt at the worst opportune time. Somebody smack customer care.
Sorry, I was just watching a really beefy man get punched in the face.
Yep.
Anyway, no, so basically, for the most part, you can kind of just like walk around. However, when there are dinosaurs, and you will see the dinosaurs,
Oh, yeah.
You're gonna have to, be wise with your decisions and hiding and crouching and sometimes having to run because, yeah, no, if they find you, you have to start over.
Like completely?
There's some checkpoints, but they kind of just like, they won't tell you where the checkpoint is.
Okay.
So that's where the Outlast side of things happens. It's like, you're safe until you're not.
That makes a lot of sense. I'm kind of scared to find out the hard way, which...
For the
Oh
sake
wait,
of
I
my
just realized
ears.
it actually puts a pause button up top, like it's a camcorder.
Yeah! I'm gonna lower this on my end because I almost had a heart attack with that
I think I
screech.
have to do the same thing because that was painfully loud. Hello. Audio tape. Oh,
May I make a recommendation?
yes.
You should crouch right now. You should crouch and turn off the light right now.
I saw the recommendation as soon as you said it too. God, this just reminds me of the fucking like Markiplier clip. That's like when he I think he's playing Condemned or something, and like spray
Yeah.
painted his like control to hide
All right,
or
you
like
gotta run.
shift
You
to
gotta run
sprint.
right now. You gotta get out right now.
Get up. Let's toggle. Oh,
Oh, gee!
first contact. Achievement unlocked. Let's go.
Hey!
Oh, okay.
Oh, well, luckily
Maybe
it
they
drops you off right
updated
there.
it for the other part.
Okay, so that's because it's like, it's now or never run, but,
Oh,
Treat, I actually didn't mean to, because, like, when I played the demo, it was like, no, it's like, when they say it's now or never run, like, it's like, no, you gotta go, because it's gonna come back in and try to kill you.
maybe I have to wait.
Maybe.
That's okay though. It looks like they've probably implemented more checkpoints.
Yeah.
Maybe even for like each objective. I don't think he did that before. I think he. Oh no.
No, he did that last time, and then it says, or at least I don't know if we'll say it now. It usually says it's now or never.
Oh.
You have to.
Oh, I have to walk crouched. Do I turn the flashlight off?
Maybe, because it is like right there.
Yeah, the light.
I would. Oh, it's eaten. So maybe.
He's just a little guy.
Don't be suspicious.
Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious.
Suspicious.
That eye shine is like really obvious, weirdly enough.
Yeah.
Sight is motion based. That's a myth.
Because I remember there are also like sometimes where you can like hit it with the light and it won't respond. But I know that like there are some angles where it's like, oh, you're head on, like it's just gonna murder you.
Yeah. Okay. I don't trust it. I don't trust any games half the time when it's like, okay, maybe we can walk now.
I don't hear it or see it, so it
Yeah,
probably made its lap back to.
I I think it was still just chewing on the guy. I think it would have done that indefinitely unless I made too much noise.
Yeah, it's just like, I'm just gonna have some food now.
But yeah, there's so many just little noises.
Yeah, so the thing is, like, it adds to your anxiety, but then you kind of become numb to it.
Oh shit. Hold on. I gotta get the paper out again. Shut up. 7203. Hello? Do I need to... Okay, yeah. I have to type it.
God, that's loud.
Yeah, that was really loud. Can I close the door? Oh, I don't like
not.
this. Oh, those are 3D printers.
Hey! I'm gonna make so many D&D minis.
Collected map of surrounding area. Do I have a map? Oh, I do have a map button.
Now you have a map.
I like that the helicopter crash is marked on the map. That's hilarious.
How did they know?
Magic. All right, let's go check this small area first. Boy, I hope there's nothing in here that's gonna fucking kill me. Or is beyond my comprehension. Nature. Oh, is there
There's
water
something
there?
There is, and I heard something moving in there. Oop.
Hold on. Can we listen to the audio tapes?
You can.
Audio player to listen to it.
Oh,
okay.
that's right. Oh, yeah, somewhere in the building there's an audio tape. I remember now.
Area S1. Is that a...
That appears to be some sort of bird.
No. Well, under a lot of technicality. I was going to say Sarcosuchus, but I don't think that's right. It's
No,
a
that
different,
looks like it looks like it may.
piscivore.
Oh, I mean, okay. I'll stop being a little shit. It appears to be some type of Spinosaur, either a Spinosaurus itself, or a Baryonyx, or even possibly a Suchomimus.
There we go.
Now you could play the tapes. Also,
That is a horrifying picture. Project R1, named Velociraptor, lived during Upper Cretaceous, 75 to 71 million years ago. First fossil discovered 1923. Details: sight and hearing have been weakened, but remains lethal if in the immediate vicinity. Great intelligence as a predator, very dangerous normally, and absolutely lethal in dense vegetation. Venturing into dense vegetation in its presence is equivalent to certain death. Maximum caution, made insensitive to light. Made insensitive, so they're also modifying these?
made insensitive to light. Wait, so does that technically mean that if you hit it with a flashlight, it just does not notice?
I think, well, it made insensitive makes me think that it can't be blinded. All right, let's see these audio tapes.
January 51, 1998. Incredible, really. I managed to isolate the D1 anthem for the first time.
This does give the energy of a scientist stuck in his lab.
They decided to entrust me with the security codes of various devices the day before yesterday. Is it possible they should take care of it? What a drag.
What a drag. That it?
I guess so.
It's March 5, 1998. The research was successful. The government would have even funded the T1 project if it weren't for those incompetent managers. They don't understand anything. I think they also want to take me out.
Shut up.
Well, they don't know that I already started doing my own thing in the underground complex.
Just hear the scream. Shut up, I'm busy.
I'm listening to important information. Jeez.
Okay. That sounds closer than it should be.
I'm sure it's fine.
See, but that was also a different sound. Okay, why are there cones in here? They recently started construction of the complex on the other side of the lake in the S1 area. Dave usually relaxes on the top floor of the building because he says there's a nice view from up there. Dave seems really strange lately. I can't see him well. In any case, I think he's probably going to get fired. I think they found out something really bad he did in the underground complex. I don't want to die. Of course, Eric. Flisperto. Flisperty.
Disparity. I'm sure it's fine walking through this. Oh wait, look, what's on the mirror? What's on the wall there? To your left.
Amber. Who's this guy? Jeffrey Oh, neat.
Okay, so fun thing. These bodies were not in the game when I played the demo. Wait, they're stuck on the wall.
Yeah, the We Are All Dead.
Yeah.
Is that up there? Oh, it's a speaker. It's a desk speaker. I keep looking up to these guys to try and like interact with them. Water closet. I don't think.
I think that's a bathroom. Isn't that just a
Yeah,
bathroom?
that's what a bathroom is. Well, it's usually like water closet is typically just a toilet. And then like there's a sink elsewhere. These windows are terrifying me because I'm having like flashbacks to Resident Evil.
The door appears to be locked.
Wait, did it say that?
I mean, does it let you interact with it?
Isn't E interact?
I thought I was interact.
No, I was inventory. 'Cause that's what I've been pushing to open inventory.
Oh, that's weird.
This better not be a triggered event. Flashlights F. Something comes through this window, Red. I swear to God. I blame you. I blame you
Wait,
intensely.
why would you blame me? I'm just here for the ride. I didn't choose this life.
I mean... Okay, hold on. Is there another way?
You do have that map.
You're right. Yeah, that's the door. So that has to be the way. I want to know what they were 3D printing on 3D printers this size. Maybe is there anything to do with that breaker? I don't think so, but nothing on the printer. Still can't find a code. Breaker doesn't do anything. Okay.
Mayhaps some exploration is in order. What's the worst thing that could happen if you go outside? Like, come on.
There's dinosaurs out there, Red. Technically, there's a dinosaur in here with me, so never mind. I take that
Yeah,
back.
because I'm right here. I'm not doing anything yet.
Darn. Yeah, what's in the RV?
I want to know what's in the RV, dang it.
Is it Max Tinson? Please tell me it's Max Tinson.
You also do have access to the outside on the other side of that building.
The
building you were just in. Like you could where that sign was. There was you had access to that outside.
The S1 sign?
Yeah. Because real quick, check the map again.
I was gonna say it's an enclosed area here.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh wait, never mind.
Yeah, it's enclosed, and then we went to the other door, and the door didn't open.
Somewhere there's. I'm sure it's fine. It's enclosed. Nothing can get to us.
I thought I saw an eye for a second. Freaked me out.
It's enclosed. Absolutely nothing can get out here.
Fine.
Apparently, one bastard survivor
You can't see this. What? Oh.
can't seem to proceed. This time I help you.
What is that
We'll
voice?
see each other soon.
It sounds like you have a friend.
There it is. I was about to say we just missed like a triggered event. Neat.
Well, it looks like he unlocked the door, so at least we'll be able to get in.
That's what
No,
it
that's-
sounded like. Yep, there it is. There. You go to bathroom.
Ooh. It's just a little guy.
Little.
Don't ask where he went. I'm not going to.
Everything is awesome.
Also, fun reminder, chat. Spinosaurs were partially aquatic.
Yeah.
Oh, look, it's a pig.
Red, where's there a pig out here?
Oh. This appears to be a pig.
Well, I hope that pig is doing fine. Hope that pig is living its best. Fuck, not the corn.
Treen, I don't think you want to be that pig. Oh. It's a little guy.
He's so cute. I forget what they're called. I always call them chompies because that's what they're called in like one.
Compies.
Compies.
Short. Oh, what's that sound?
Comps. That'd be the pig.
I'm sure the pig's fine.
I'm sure it's nothing I have to worry about.
Hey. What's that?
Oh, gee. Some kind of pterosaur. Fantastic. Okay, so we have this way. Was this the way?
There are 2 buildings. It looks like
Yeah,
you have
we'll go
access
with the
to both
closest one.
openings.
Because that other one actually looks like more tapes.
July 18,
Oh,
19...
audio file achievements.
I fooled you, idiots. You wanted to get rid of me.
Oh, it auto plays it now that I have the player.
The
Yeah.
results of those experiments will never be yours. Never. Never. Try to...
Never.
Oh, that's right. You can't. Because you probably are already dead. If this art is ever heard by anyone, well know that the safe located in front of the entrance
Oh,
to the underground
hey, buddy.
is
Oh,
0936.
Bones.
Disappeared.
He's gone, like the wind. Project C1. I think they mentioned C1 before, didn't they? Mm-hmm. Compsognathus?
Compsognathus. Compsognathus.
Ah, lived during late Jurassic 150 million years ago. First fossil discovered 1859. Details very small and non-lethal if alone. Lethal if in a group.
Yeah.
Little ankle biters.
Any of y'all seen Lost World?
Yep. Hello. I feel like this is
Hello.
just drip feeding us the little guys until at some point we find them in a pack.
And then it's like, oh, you screwed.
This would be a cool view if, like, we could vaguely see, like, the shape of the
Actually see
Spinosaur out
what's
there.
going on.
I mean, yeah, I think this is mostly, like, graphic error that's, like, revealing the land to me, but
Oh, yeah.
it would have been a neat moment if we had, like, looked out there and you could see, like, the part of the Spinosaur or something. Mm-hmm. I love watching little V5s grow up. For me, it's a miracle that the discoveries resulting from my analysis of the D1 enzyme have allowed the de-extinction of these creatures. I think I'll go to the entrance of the V5 area to look around for a while. P.S. Apparently we have an infestation of tall plants in this area. In any case, I'll just walk along the sidewalk and follow the direction of the signs placed on the fence. On the way back, I just need to do the reverse route. I will make a report about it. Thank you, Dave. I'm just going to assume that's Joe's and not Ho's. Dave Joe's.
I choose to believe it's Dave Hose.
Okay, so we know there's a guy. I like that they
There's a
call them tall
scientist
plants
who-
instead of being like, why is there corn out here?
Why do we got corn?
Corn.
Oh.
Anyway,
I'm sure it's fine.
I'm sure that's not going to be an issue. Anyway, let's go look at this other building before we go back into the Kern.
Into the Kern.
Oh boy, Kern! Oh wait, this is the corn. Why is that on fire?
You just gotta be careful.
Hello?
Oh, I was like, why is there infinite darkness?
It's just water. Remember to stay hydrated,
yes.
kiddos.
Ah, yes.
Okay,
my
so we got a
favorite thing.
keypad.
The
And another
dark
safe.
water.
Okay. I think this is where we're probably going to get the key from the cornfield. Sorry, Dave.
What's the worst thing that could happen?
We're just going to go this way. Because sidewalk goes this way.
Also, fair warning, when you hear like that tink, 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 that is actually like the sound of them walking. Like if you hear that like tink, 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 that's like your warning, oh, there's an actual like raptor threat.
Like those?
Yeah.
Oh, here's somebody's flashlight. Stop. I don't like that sound. So we're just gonna hey. Oh.
Also appears to be something right there. And
Oh, it's a hand. Oh, that's a note.
oh, the guy spoke, and so he died.
Going back to the light. I think that code was 0713. If that's not it, then we can just...
It's in your bag. Just be very, very careful.
Very quiet.
And don't die.
It's people season.
It is people season, and you're people.
I didn't choose to be people. Oh, God.
I didn't ask to be people, Mom.
Wait, where is this light coming from?
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
So, real quick, actually, can you be a solid?
Yeah.
Can you check your map? I don't think anything happens if you check your map. I don't think they
I think it
actually
counts
kill
as a
you.
pause, so...
So that's the scientific building all the way up there. So what you have is the passcode for that building all the way there. So you gotta go back.
Wait, is that what it said? Shit.
Check your inventory.
Uncovering truth, raptor document. Is this the rip piece? Yeah.
Yep, scientific
shit.
station building. Yep.
Okay. Which this is probably where the Spino's gonna be an issue.
I'm sure it's fine.
I'm sure it's fine too. I'm sure it'll be over so quick.
Look, you just gotta work your way through that lovely corn. Go say hi to Mr. Piggy one more time.
In the helicopter gas, I could only shut it. Wait, it could also. Oh. Are they introducing a mechanic basically now that like my flashlight will occasionally?
That's actually new.
I wonder. I just turned it off on purpose though. Hey, Piggy.
Oh.
Why does the pig have black blood?
Nah, don't worry about it. Clearly, it was a mutant pig.
Like mutant, like it had superpowers, or mutant, like it obviously did not have like copper-based blood.
Either way, it's an affront to nature and needed to die.
Hey, buddy.
Oh, that's Jeff from accounting. Hi, Jeff.
Oh, there's another one. Oh,
That's
I don't think
Todd.
I don't think these were here before. I feel like I would have noticed them.
They weren't.
Ah. Again. Oh.
Okay, real quick, can you pause? So I'm gonna warn you right now. I don't know if they fixed it. I got soft locked here
Okay.
because like I'm kind of gonna give you a spoiler just because like I'll be real, it was a little annoying, and so like I'm not sure if they fixed this at all. So what's gonna end up happening is that there are two raptors. One is going to be vibing in here. The other one is going to be doing laps in the hallway. And like when I played the demo, you were kind of shit out of luck if you got stuck between them.
Oh, interesting.
Like if you got past one, no matter what you did, the other one would get you. And the other issue is like there was also like collision issues where like, oh, if even the tip of the tail touches you.
So like if you got too close and they like turned around and their tail like whipped and hit you.
Yeah, or like let's say for example you're going around the door and their tail clips through the door and touches you.
Ooh, okay.
So
I mean the reports were pretty
careful.
mostly positive, so I'm kind of hoping they fixed that.
Okay, so yeah, just be careful.
Goodbye, my love. That's it.
And here it is. So you're gonna chill here for. Yep. Saw you instantly.
I was like, where is it? Then oh. Also the loading in of the broken debris. Oh my god. Disco rock.
Disco
there we go.
rock.
Let it rip. Okay.
Beyblade, let it rip.
So you said that the stun lock basically started here.
Basically, when the moment you pick that item up, the challenge starts. So do not go out yet. You gotta wait till you can see him. Okay. So remember, he's not looking at you. So just wait a sec. All right. Now is your chance to go around that one. Keep moving. Keep moving.
Can they open doors?
No, but I would recommend hurrying up and getting to the other door that had the safe.
The computer. Oh, I thought the computer was on for a second. Double check real quick. Gotta double check the code. 0713. Oh, I put 11. Son of a bitch.
I think he backed.
Oh.
Oh.
0713. I was way off. It's a very weird way to show that there's like, there we go. 0831. All right, now I gotta go all the way back. I don't like this.
So there's another one now. I'm trying to remember his walk pattern.
I was gonna say, I think I have to do like, oh, no, he got me. That's fine.
Yep.
I think I have to like wait for him to like pass.
Yeah, because like the moment he sees you, he's like, nah, you dead.
Yeah, I think he's gonna go out that door is what I'm guessing.
Yeah. Why am I getting double audio?
Oh, no, there was two. There was actually two of them screeching at the same time.
Oh.
I wish there was like a lean or something.
Yeah.
Here he goes. So yeah, he goes out that door. And then I can just...
I just gotta keep an eye out for the second
Oh.
one. Smart, smart, smart.
I didn't think I was actually gonna be able to sneak under that table.
Oh.
Under.
So you gotta go back outside and go.
And gotta go through the Spino exhibit again, you know.
Oh, can you do me a favor? I know why it's all crunkly. Discord's freaking out. Can you?
Oh yeah,
reshare
because we've
your
had it
screen?
open for like...
Yeah, I was like, why is the audio so chunky for me? That's what happened.
the usual Discord shenanigans after an hour plus. So hold on just a second.
There we go.
Oh my god, Maki sent me a picture of her framed Skyrim pre-release poster. Okay, but yeah, it looks like they got a hell of a lot more generous with their checkpoints.
Oh yeah, because like I'll be real, like that bathroom.
He's right there. Here,
Yeah,
I
that
don't see him.
bathroom's like moment actually like soft locked me. Oh
Helicopter.
helicopter.
Holy shit, he's huge. He looks so good too.
Longest theropod dinosaur.
Spinosaurs are so cool.
What's he gonna do? Why is there a helicopter?
Jump, jump, jump.
With those legs, he'll break his ankles.
Probably.
He is distracted, so if you were to go around him, I think now is the time.
Yeah, there it is. There's the pop-up. Can
Also,
try
I will
sprint?
say, they improved that design. Because I'll be real, he looks very fucking nerdy. He looks really freaking dorky. Before the design
Were they actually
that they had.
red?
Oh, we have no idea. Like, we have no
that's fair.
freaking idea. But what? Ooh, there are still other ones.
Yeah,
But
I heard
like
them
the
clicking.
design was the design they had for the model that they had for it in the demo was very goofy looking.
Ooh, I kind of curious what it was. It was probably a generic one that they got.
Let me see if while you do this, let me see if I can find it. Because I'll be real, at this point, I cannot help you. You are now officially beyond where I got.
That is true. Oh yeah, there's so the flashlight's now kind of flickering.
Yeah, they said it would turn off at any moment, so.
Okay, and then it was 0831, I think? Yeah, 0831. And I did check to see what the length of this game is, and apparently it takes 2 to 3 hours.
Just about. It's. Oh.
Map. Oh. Gregory Residential Complex? Okay. So I guess that's going to be a security pass. Underground complex elevator.
Okay, for funsies, if you want to pause really quick, I just put it inside chat what it looked like before.
Let me see.
It was very goofy.
Oh god, where's Discord? There it is.
It was very goofy.
Oh, good lord. It looks like one of those old
Have you ever been to like a craft store and saw the really cheap dinosaur toys?
Yeah, that's what I was just saying. It looks like a cheap dinosaur toy.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pull it up really quick because I want chat to see it.
All I'm saying is I'm happy that they invested the time to up the design for the Spinosaurus.
There you go, chat. There's your weird little Spino. It really does look like one of those rubber dino toys.
But it looks like a hand puppet, hello.
It reminds, when I was really little, I had a favorite toy. My mom was really nice when it came to the schools that I went to, and she would donate our toys all the time. So we went from having dinosaur toys that we loved playing with to our dinosaur toys being donated to our school and being in our pre-K class as little kids. Mm-hmm. And I had a green Brachiosaurus that I absolutely fucking loved.
Oh, I had a lot. I had this blue T-Rex. It was not accurate at all. It was still standing up with a tail drag. It had
gotcha.
freaking armored scoots on its back. But the crazy thing is, I distinctly remember buying it from a museum.
Oh.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing, even when it comes to paleozoology, it changes yearly.
Oh,
just because with the advancement of being able to analyze these kinds of things and the understanding of them.
I'm gonna go on a mission. I'm looking now to see if I can potentially find this toy.
That water dripping sound is so loud. We got tanks for something. Hello.
Hello.
Uh-oh. AL-1, name Allosaurus. Lived during Upper Jurassic, 155 to 145 million years ago. First fossil discovered in 1869. Details: the AL-1 specimen created appears to be smaller in size than normal and has also taken on a totally dark pigmentation, which allows it to be almost invisible in the dark. Lethal predator that apparently prefers to wander, especially in places relatively rich in carrion. Oh, please tell me there's not an Allosaur down here. Okay, that's
you dealing with the Lion of the Jurassic now, and they amped it by making it virtually invisible.
It's also smaller, which makes me think now it's going to be in these tunnels.
It can fit in things now. I mean, what are the odds?
Okay, this was the elevator. Need a pair of bolt cutters. Of course, it wouldn't be a horror game without bolt cutters. Oh, geez. The new AXL-3710 model elevators just installed represent the pinnacle of automation. It's an elevator, my guy. In fact, to be able to use the lift, it'll be sufficient to only be in possession of a magnetic key of any level. The special and advanced sensors present on the lift will immediately recognize any valid magnetic card and will activate automatically. Simply enter the lift to reach your destination. Huh. Also, I just realized the connection between us technically being a reporter going to investigate, I guess, our dad.
Yeah.
And Outlast 1 being from the point of view of a recorder.
Oh.
Hold on, I forgot.
What are the odds, though?
That's a dead end, but this game has proven to hide things in dead ends. A crowbar.
There you go. Ooh, a tape and notes.
That's not a tape. That's something else. We've recently developed this sensor capable of detecting the presence and absence of certain experiments in the surrounding area through its automatic activation/deactivation. Thanks to the real-time analysis of the acoustic noise produced, this sensor is capable of indicating whether you are in a dangerous situation or vice versa. Tested and found suitable at the moment with the DH-1 Dilophosaurus. The sensor could also operate automatically with other experiments, but requires further testing. Cool. Okay, so this is a sound detector that I saw in some of the pictures.
Well, that's going to be useful for when you have to deal with the invisible Allosaurus.
I'm gonna
Well,
say,
luckily for us, there's like no carrion here.
there's no carrion. Walks into a room.
See,
just
it's
full
a
of-
clean
Holy-
clean room.
All right. Well, Carnotaurus. Podcast Fairbanks, no! We're your problem now? That sounds like Fairbanks. Fairbanks, are you still
Yeah.
sick? You better not still be sick.
Classic Fairbanks.
If I find out you're still sick, what were you arting? Welcome in, guys. How was your stream? Did you have a good time? Welcome in, welcome in. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Mara. I'm the ringleader of the Dark Carnival. I usually play games that are dark, spooky, terrifying, and drag people along whenever I can. In this case, somebody several thousand times my own weight.
Wait, why did you make it about my weight?
Are
you
don't know.
calling me fat?
Do you feel fat?
A little bit.
I'm sorry. It's okay. It's the new year. New year, new you. Because say it's not whether you feel fat. It's not whether you are or aren't fat. It's about, do you feel fat? If you feel fat, how does that make you feel? Do you want to improve? Do you want to get better? We can get you on a hunting regiment.
Okay.
It's gonna be a lot of cardio.
I'm
Do you
fine.
feel bonita? I did Lurkbait reward art. Ooh. And then played
Nice.
Capitalism Simulator. Wait, which one?
Which one? Ain't that a mood?
I played Capitalism Simulator. Which one? This is an important question. Also, Solana, thank you for the
There's
follow.
so
Welcome in.
many.
Are you not stinky too, Austin? Did you call him fat? No. What do you do when you come across the monster? How do people typically convey massive monsters? Weight class.
True.
What's the best way to determine scale sometimes? Because if you're like, oh, this thing is 3 feet tall, but it's 6 tons, you're like, oh, that's a blob.
That is a blob.
Or a really, really big turtle. All right, hold on. Where was I on this? CT-1 project. Name Carnotaurus. Lived during Upper Cretaceous, 72 to 69 million years ago. Nice. First fossil discovered 1984. Details. C2-1 specimens are very sensitive to light. The use of any light sources, such as torches, in their presence is absolutely not recommended. Pointing a flashlight at the CT-1 will be fatal. Fuck.
Oh, so also fun fact about Carnotauruses. Disney lied. They were not like T-Rex, just like T-Rex with horns on its head. It was actually a bit smaller, more slender, and it was designed for one thing: straight on sprint.
Yep. And it's still chunky
So
arms.
yeah, if it saw, oh yeah, they were basically vestigial.
Yep.
Yeah, so like if it saw you and it had a clear line of sight to you, you're dead.
Yeah. Oh, here's the Dilophosaurus file. DH-1.
Son of a bitch. Sorry, they went with the
They called you
Jurassic
Stinky.
Park, and yeah, it's Treen. They're a possum. Like they have no room to judge.
That makes sense. All right. What's your natural habitat as a dumpster can? Oh, damn it. The ad break just started.
Oh, beans.
All right, Red. Perfect time for you to do like a bathroom break, refill your water or anything. I do kind of need to run to the bathroom.
Yeah. I'll be right back.
All right, chat. I'm giving y'all the iPad. Have fun. Don't burn anything down. Also, Sunstar, you're in charge. Don't let them burn anything down. Okay, what'd I miss? Nothing's on fire. No one's dead. Did Sunstar make sure everybody didn't burn anything down? Nothing has been set ablaze, if you will. All right. Chat, it's so weird to have this short hair now, because I just looked in the mirror and like wearing these headphones has like given the top of my hair like a really weird shape. Because it's not nearly long enough now to like for all of my hair to be held down by my headphones. Demands for more Persona. Oh no, we'll have to come back to Persona. No. All right. We will wait for
Yeah,
Red.
I'm back.
Oh, there you are. Good timing. Ad break just ended and they just finished their iPad game.
Ooh, nice. I'm getting an ad for Wolfman right now, and it upsets me.
Wolf. Oh, oh, it's not a Dark Universe movie, is it?
No, so okay, it's the Bloomhouse
Yeah.
remakes. I'll be real. I hate that it's called Wolfman.
I think I saw either a part of the trailer or like I kind of maybe, what's the word? Zoned out while watching the full trailer. I don't remember.
Yeah, so I saw the trailer for it when I saw Nosferatu.
Oh, I still need to go see that.
It's good. It's really good.
I've heard it's really good. Wait, I could do that tonight. I have a Cinemark gift card.
Let's go. It's good. It's very, very good. It doesn't. I'll be real. I feel like a lot of movies either don't know when to end or end too soon or end too late. It kind of was like, yeah, no, that felt like an appropriate 2 hours. I will say though, I freaking hate that the Wolfman movie is called Wolfman.
I'm trying to remember what I remember seeing in the trailer because I remember being disappointed looking at it too, but I can't remember for what reason.
So for me, one, the transformation is like at least from I don't know if maybe they're just like not showing us the full on transformation. He does. I'll be real. It looks like he's like the transformation's either not complete or like he's not very.
I think that's the point. I think it's supposed to be like the. Oh! I remember what it was. It was done like a cabin horror movie.
Yeah,
and he gets
what
bit. It's like his very first time transforming.
Yeah,
because they even show that in the
just
trailer that he gets like attacked through the wall or something.
Yeah, and so the whole thing is just him, his wife and daughter stuck in a cabin while he's slowly turning into the werewolf. But I'm sitting here, I'm like, okay, but why did this need to be called The Wolfman? That movie, there's a weight to that title.
Yeah. It's the same thing with like the Invisible Man movies and all those.
Yeah, like there's a significance to using that name.
The Wolfman, the creature from the Black Lagoon.
Yeah, whereas like this, I'm like, this is just a generic werewolf movie.
What was it? I remember what it was, that trailer that really upset me is it's another one of those horror movies that does the thing that trailers have been doing for the last few years, which is the trailer goes way too long.
Oh my god, that was my other problem. I was like, why is this trailer like 4 minutes long? Enjoy the show. Actually, wait, for funsies, I'm going to YouTube. I'm fact checking myself. How long is Wolfman full?
The teaser trailer, whatever.
I'm just gonna look like full trailer, Wolfman full trailer.
But it's not that necessarily like even the time length is too long. It's the fact that they show too much. This is a problem with horror movies recently, and I complain about it almost every time there's a big name horror movie that comes out. The trailers are too long and they show too much of the movie. I miss when trailers would just come up to like the problem. They just barely poke the problem with a stick. And instead now you get all the way like through the climax.
Yeah. All right. So here, like literally, so the trailer is just under 3 minutes long. The trailer's just under 3 minutes long.
Trailer.
However, if you've seen this trailer, it literally shows you the beginning, middle, and ending of the movie.
Exactly.
However, literally today, they dropped the entire werewolf transformation. It's a 4-minute video, and they just show the entire transformation. I'm like, what's the point?
Exactly. I'm trying to think of the other example of a movie that came out recently.
I've now seen the trailer, and I've basically seen the plot of the movie, beginning, middle, and end.
There's another one that I saw a trailer recently for that was like a slasher horror movie, but it's like it starts off with like two couples meeting each other on like a couples retreat, and then one of them invites them back to their place, and there just seems to be something off. Like their son's mute, their daughter I think is deaf or something, and like through this trailer, you figure out that like something is wrong. The husband is lying about something and he can't even keep his lies straight. He forgets that he's lying. So whenever they ask him to like specify things, he like gets confused with his own lies. All this other stuff. And then like you find out the kid's mute because his dad cut out his tongue. The daughter's deaf because the dad like stabbed her in the ears. And there's something in the basement and you see like a picture of it. It looks like some kind of like weird lab or something. And the dad tries to kill the other couple before they can escape from his place because he's trying to do something with it. And like you don't know the reason of that, but that's like the only thing you don't know about the movie. Tell no evil, that's it.
Tell no evil. Also, physicists, there's a difference between this and Dawn Trail. So the thing with Dawn Trail is what Dawn Trail is trying to actively do is, without actually telling you what the plot of the game is show you highlight moments. Oh, like for example, when they show the fight between Galul Jaja and Meteor, it's to showcase the Viper class. When oh my god, I can't believe I'm forgetting her name. When Kryl is doing like the stuff in the town square with the pictomancy, it's to showcase pictomancy. It's to show you different like locations, but it doesn't give you context.
Oh, the trailer doesn't show you anything for what like the climax is going to be for Dawn Trail.
Yeah, like you don't know. Yeah, like you don't know the climax of Dawn Trail. You don't know why you're going. You like unless you like. Again,
I haven't even finished that expansion yet. I'm like to the point where you get like the midway. I'm like 96, I think, something like that. So it's like the midway point.
Oh, yeah.
And you get like this sudden flip in attitude and you're like, oh, this isn't a vacation anymore.
Yeah, that's what I mean. But like the trailer does not do that at all. I can tell you the entire plot of Wolfman.
Yeah.
Just from the 2-minute trailer.
And they keep doing that with horror games left and right.
Trailer, you mean the cinematic? Yes, Ren, I'm talking about the cinematic, but considering how there was no official, quote, trailer for Dawn Trail, the cinematic is the trailer. Don't get me wrong, I love Dawn Trail anyway. No, I'm not saying that you don't like Dawn Trail. What I am explaining to you is that no, Dawn Trail did not tell you the entire plot beginning to end with its cinematic.
I think technically too, didn't Kryl get Pictomancer before we went to the islands?
Yep.
Yeah, that was just like an old art that she kind of like picked up and was like, this will be useful.
Yeah,
So
whereas like, yeah. Whereas like Wolfman straight up, remember the trailer had the final dungeon, but no, it didn't. The trailer does not have the final boss in it. What are you talking about?
Yeah, it does not.
It does. I'm telling you as someone who I finished Dawn Trail. It did not. You are factually incorrect.
Yeah.
You are factually incorrect.
That's like there is a moment like very early on. I think it's like around like level 94 or 95 where it's like, wow, this feels like the end of the expansion, but I'm not even max level yet.
Yeah.
And then you get like the twist. You're like, oh no.
The one that had the arm switching boss from the first time. That's not the final boss. What are you talking about?
Arm switching. It's been too long, and I haven't been.
Are you talking about
Galul?
He's not the final boss.
There's a gameplay one that had the arm switching boss from the time dungeon. No. It's also the dungeon bosses are never the final boss of the expansion.
Yeah, they're never the final boss of the expansion. So your argument falls apart because
the final boss of the expansion is always a trial.
Yeah. Like, so no, your argument is already falling apart.
Like, it could be a dungeon boss, sure, but the dungeon bosses aren't often major obstacles. In the case of, like, they're just something that you need to work through to do another objective, typically.
And also, like, if they don't give you any story context, you have no idea what the purpose of it is.
Yep.
You have no idea what the purpose of it is. Oh, for a brief second, I saw a dungeon boss. Nope, I guess I know the entire plot of the No, that's not how that works.
Yeah, the launch.
Anyway, Dilophosaurus.
Yes, Dilophosaurus, dinosaurs.
I hate that they keep using the Jurassic. I get it; it's the most well-known one. But I'm gonna be real: the actual Dilophosaurus is a lot scarier.
Ooh.
Because for one, it was bigger.
Yeah.
It was a lot bigger.
Okay, Dilophosaurus lived during early Jurassic 193 million years ago. First fossil discovered 1942. Details: they created DH-1 specimens, so exceptional hearing. They can easily hear even the most inaudible sounds. Talking, running, or even walking while standing up generates enough noise to be noticed. Pay close attention to its venom. This creature is capable of spitting blinding/paralyzing venom. It is strongly recommended to use the sound detector if you are in its presence. This technological device will automatically activate/deactivate. Apparently, they have a leather collar that's always on. I wonder why they specifically put those on the Dilophosaurus.
Yeah. Chat, for those who are like wondering how big, at the hip, not the head, the hip, it was about 6 feet tall. And 20 feet long.
Oh.
Yeah, standing height was about 5'7" to 7'4". Its weight was around 650 to 1,000 pounds, so it was about the size of a grizzly bear, but much longer.
I was thinking of self-care, and thank you for gifting a sub to Probate. Hold on, I have a soapbox for what Plague just said. I hate people saying Castlevania is the horror game. It's more action than horror, in my opinion. Horror is not just getting scared. Horror is an entire theme. A game that has a vampire in it is basically horror, because the vampire is a horror creature.
Okay, I'm not going to spoil this I'm not going to spoil any plot details, but I'm going to give an example of this. Chat, what if I told you Nosferatu, it's not scary.
That makes sense.
It's not scary.
I think technically the original Nosferatu wasn't scary.
Yeah, but Nosferatu, but what it does do is the atmosphere, the tone, instills a level of uncomfortability and impending dread that it is still horror.
Yes. Horror again is the theming, less so than just getting scared. Yeah, eerie horror themes is the thing that people tend to like overlook. So they're like, this game wasn't scary, it wasn't horror. I'm like, yeah, but were you really uncomfortable in that one scene? Congratulations, that's horror.
Yep. Congrats.
All right. We have a letter. I just got a letter. I really like Alan. He was one of the last to arrive at the ARU Research Center, but he immediately proved to be very kind and helpful. He recently obtained the level 1 magnetic card, essential to access the elevator that leads to the underground complex and to access the presentation room of the new scientific advances obtained located on the same floor. That doesn't feel right on the tongue. He was very happy. Alan is also throwing some sort of party at his house in the Gary residential. Gary. Thanks, Gary. Residential complex next weekend. Can't wait. Jack Lester, security room shift worker.
I'm gonna go out on a limb based off of like a lot of the names, the voice actor, and everything. I'm getting the vibe that there's a good chance that the developers are like English is not their first language.
It also sounds like that in the recordings, yeah.
Yeah, so it's very possible. Oh,
that was just the computer let me in.
No, I'm sure nothing bad's gonna come out of that door. But yeah, like especially with like the writing and everything, I would not be surprised if like there's a few errors that probably, if written in like native tongue, roll a lot better.
Yeah. It was scary, but only like 4 movies existed. Oh.
Also true.
It's just like how metal music can also. Oh, we're outside again. Oh fuck, we're outside again.
No longer the safety of indoors.
More map.
More map. Let's go. So it looks like there's a tunnel, and then there's a whole area that you don't have. Oh,
Alan's house.
We're in the I'm sure this entire town is full of life and happy-go-lucky individuals, and nothing bad happened from having them next to a facility.
It's totally not a company town. Thank you, Rusty Gate.
The people on planet LV-426 are fine. Oh. Okay, maybe they're not.
No, that's a gas truck. I ain't walking towards that.
I'm sure it won't dramatically explode behind us any second.
This is a really big, wide open area. I sure hope there's nothing gigantic here.
What are the odds of that?
Government-funded research center.
Nothing ever bad happens at Raccoon City.
Raccoons. Oh, God. Okay, it just loaded.
Oh, there was more than one there.
I don't think those were the compies.
Those looked like Those were like raptor-sized.
Just make sure there's nothing tucked over here.
Oh, and they ran towards where you need to go.
Correct. Welcome to the vegetation area. Oh. When I'm getting these lag spikes, it makes me extremely nervous.
I'm sure nothing is loading in.
Red, if I get jump scared, I'm throwing you out a window.
I already told you, you are far past where I got, so.
Oh, missing. Jeffrey Sparkle. Wait.
Sparkle?
Wait. Captain Sparkles? Has been missing since September 3, oh, the heck?
Oh.
Since 1998. He was wearing a blue shirt and a pair of gray trousers. Anyone with any information, call the police. Name Jeffrey, surname Sparkle, gender male, age 45. That guy does not look like he's 45. He looks like maybe early 20s, but does not know how to grow facial hair.
Oh, unfortunate. Dang, who just leaves a car out?
Okay. Okay, I see.
Okay.
So,
You got a whole town to explore.
it looks like most of these buildings aren't, like, explorable. So we'll probably go through the park.
I'm sure nothing happens in a wide open space like a park.
It's nothing nearly as terrifying as dinosaurs in an urban environment. Just very curious of every nook and cranny.
Like I said, it makes you anxious. Oh,
Hello.
somebody spilled hot sauce all over the gate.
Oh, good lord.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah, I guess we'll go through the park. Well, at least it's well lit. I walk into the park, lights go out. Don't jinx it.
It's
Don't
well
jinx it.
lit.
Don't jinx it. Don't jinx it.
It's well lit. There's nothing that's virtually invisible.
The Park of Philosophical Thoughts. These capitalizations are wrong. Park built in 1900, commissioned by Dr. Jeffrey Horner, founder of the ARU Research Center. During 1914, the statues of Talicio, one of the historical figures who most fascinated Dr. Horner, was introduced into the park. Wait, what is the name of the guy in the white suit from the original Jurassic Park?
It's not Horner.
Okay.
However, the Horner might be a reference to Jack Horner, who is a famous paleontologist. But what was that person that they said inspired him? Alicio?
Talicio.
Talicio. One sec. I want to see
A
if I can.
Talicio right here. It's kind of barely etched into the thing. Apparently, these are scans from actual statues.
Ooh.
Apparently, they like scanned an actual statue. Like, there's even like a whole side thing here. No, it's not Lincoln. Lincoln
No,
is a marble statue.
I was trying to see if I can like because they said they fascinated him. I was like, oh, what if
19.
Let's see, Bernardo Telesio. Bernardo Telesio was an Italian philosopher and natural scientist. While his natural theories were later disproven, his emphasis and observation made him the first of moderns to eventually develop the scientific method.
Ah. Okay. Things are still suspiciously quiet. I don't like the fact they give us like at least 4 files down there.
Mm-hmm. I was about to be like, oh god, that structure's covered in blood. And then I realized, oh wait, no. It's a fire hydrant.
Yeah, we'll go to the school first.
Nothing ever bad happens at an abandoned school.
Hey, at least we know this is America, so there's at least some concerns out the window.
Hey, yo, it's science night!
Summer activity plan, football tournament between the various classes, science night, research and development fair funded by the ARU Center. Attention, as you all know by now, disappearances are increasing in the city. We invite you to pay maximum attention, especially especially during the night hours. Do not hesitate to provide any reports to the presidency. We will communicate everything to the police. Okay. No dogs allowed.
Never mind. Worst school ever. Let me bring my dogs.
I mean, yeah, somebody definitely went through that awning.
Oh, dang.
Need a key to open it. Okay.
Oh, dang. I guess we're not going to school. Dang it. Now we're going to miss science night.
Not science night. Did you bring your volcano?
Shit. 1 second. Don't mind me. I'm just making a call.
Mom.
Mom, I left my volcano. Mom, you gotta bring it over here.
That's the Dilophosaurus. Look at him. He's just a little guy.
He's just nomming. He's just nomming. Wait, didn't they also say that they're hypersensitive to sound?
Yep.
I'm sure nothing bad will come from that.
Oh, there's a gate right there. Okay. Old building's not relevant. Good lord. How long does the battery on this truck last? Oh, hey.
Ooh, discoverable item.
Fuel.
You can blow things up now.
I wish. Alan. Alan.
Oh, Alan.
Check near that black car. This one? Oh, hey! Gotta lower those property rates. Gotta lower those property rates. Okay, wait, was that?
I mean, in this economy? Why so slow, but also so loud? So you wanna go investigate who was shooting?
I think I have to go through here because, see, it kind of just cuts off there on the road.
Oh, dang, unfortunate. And here I was hoping that we could get a gun.
Oh boy, oranges.
And here I was hoping we could get a gun to actually defend ourselves.
Extra doubt because the C's walking simulator tag. All right, so no gun.
Damn.
All right, well, we already know there's blood inside.
We got
a raptor.
Chat, I think Alan's dead.
Oh, the generator's running.
That explains why the lights are still on.
I know that car.
Yo, I want that poster.
Gas, gas, gas.
Chat, I'm choosing to believe that the dog made it out all right. And you
said
can't
there were
tell
no
me
dogs
otherwise.
allowed.
And what's the point of the... Oh!
They just spawned in. That's hilarious.
That was a lot of compies.
I think that's just supposed to be like a stray jump scare because I don't think we can actually get back there.
Yeah.
It is a nice little touch, though. I will give them that.
Is he still there?
Yeah, he's stuck in a loop. It's probably for like a visual thing. Either that or we're about to have to sneak around him inside the house.
Chad, I don't know how to tell you this. I think Alan's dead.
Something gives me the feeling that he is dead. Oh, hello.
Oh, hello.
Don't understand why Alan keeps a copy of the house. God damn, we gotta go back. Move that doghouse to the back of the house. Okay. Boy, I hope that didn't just spawn something back there.
Oh, I wonder if that's what triggers, like, okay. Oh, what was that?
I think that's the raptor on the inside. Yeah, he's still there. I like that you can see his head. That's so ominous.
That is very ominous.
Hello. Okay, now there better not be anything behind me. Because now that I know that it's like notes trigger things, I'd prefer not to shit a brick. About dinos in suburbs? Wait, wasn't that one of the ones that was straight to VHS though?
No. That was the Lost World. Because the frickin' T-Rex goes on a frickin' romp in California.
Oh, right.
I think specifically San Diego. So you're in here now, and you are well aware that there's a little guy.
Yeah, we got a little guy. Question remains, is he still going to be...
It's a lot of blood.
I think he's still... Oh my god, it can hear me. No. No. No! How do I turn you off?
And you can't. It makes you have to be
Wait,
quiet.
I think... Can I do this? Okay. Fuck.
Nope.
Fuck. Fuck.
It doesn't care. It doesn't care.
All right, Red's in charge of comedy.
Wait. Wait, what happens if I talk? Okay, nothing. Okay. All right, chat. I'm here to give biting commentary and with a side of biting social satire. Oh, careful. You're making noise.
This appearance keep happening. I'm not scared, but I'm certainly not very I don't like that sound. Boy, I hope it's not picking anything up.
Okay, how about this? How about during this, I'll do the reading.
Oh, you go ahead.
Okay. The disappearances keep happening. I'm not scared, but I'm certainly not very calm either. At school, Jester told me he saw a strange animal the other day. Mike, I tell you, it was a dinosaur. Who does he want to take for a fool? Anyway, I think I lost my dad's card in school, in the presidency to be specific. I just wanted to show Jester something cool, but I ended up losing it. Dad will kill me. Oh, I almost forgot. They put a copy of the school's keys in my backpack to prank me. Assholes. My parents put them in Dad's office. Tomorrow they will return them in person. Well, now you know where the keys are.
Okay, hold on. I was like, oh, okay, it's in the backpack right here before you got to the next line. And it was like, it's in my parents' office. Fuck!
You thought it would be so simple.
It's like, oh, okay, it's just right here. We can go right back out the door. That's a pretty interesting thing to make the rest of the house. Oh. Oh.
I hate the noises that this one is making. I'll be real, for doing this in the dark, you are killing it. Now just be very, very quiet, because it will absolutely hear you and murder you slowly. Does the game pause when reading? I'm going to assume no. What does this imply? Interesting. Okay. I just ordered a few cans of fuel. If the generator at the back of the house were to fail, there would be no electricity left. They should deliver everything soon enough. They could fix the 4 indicators of the vehicles with which they make deliveries. They are always on. Incredible. Oh, so if the power went out, we could have went back outside and with the fuel that we found to power back up the generator. We're learning, chat.
That makes sense. I think we could have probably interacted with it out there and the lights would have been turned on inside because I think they're off now. No, wait, no, the kids' room was on, wasn't it?
Yeah, the kids' room was on. Number of missing people is increasing. Strange animals spotted. The authorities urge caution. Stay at home. Oh, that's not ominous. Oh, wait, I think there's a note over there. Oh! You cannot make a sound. That's a dilopho. Alan has some incredible security standards for his office. I don't know what he does in there. He told me several times that it's government stuff or something like that. The office doors may seem like all the others, but in reality, it's a reinforced and electro-actuated. As if it wasn't enough, you also need a special key. He may have put it in the some drawer of the bedroom. So, you want to pause real quick so you can... So, how you feel about this, buddy? How you feel about this, buddy?
Do I have to go out and turn the generator off? Or can I assume it's dead?
I'm going to assume it's probably dead. But I don't know.
Okay. I'm gonna live under the assumption that Dilophosaurus in that bedroom is not gonna move from where it is. If I don't make a noise.
If you stay quiet, it should leave you be.
I forget. No, it didn't say anything about being super sensitive to light. That
No,
was the...
but it is super sensitive to sound.
Yes, so I should be fine with the
Also,
flashlight on
if you
as
go
long
to
as
your
I don't point it at it.
if you go to your inventory, you can actually like read the files. Let's see. Pay close attention to its venom. It's strongly recommended to use the sound detector if you're in its presence.
I think we're good.
Okay. Yeah, it has exceptional hearing. It is mostly sound-based.
I hate this. I hate all the sounds that these things are making.
Chat, you better be clenching your butt cheeks right now. Yeah, you gotta go back down. No pressure.
Why does it sound like a really big angry cat?
I was gonna say, why? I'll be real. It sounds like, okay. Have you ever like heard the sounds cats make before they start banging?
Yeah.
It just sounds like that, but deeper octave and much
like
louder.
It's like a bobcat. It sounds like a bobcat.
I actually saw one a few months ago.
Oh, sick.
Yeah, when I was like driving home, I just saw one like run across like the street into the woods. I was like, bobcat.
Bobcats I love big cats. I'm sorry.
Right? You go out the back door. So unfortunately, I think the back door is literally where the raptor is.
Okay. Swear to God, if there's something out here.
It's just gonna be like, hi, did you miss me? Hello.
We're finally gonna get to see one of the big ones. Besides the Spino.
Well, they did say there is that.
Say there's a dog barking.
Okay, so the dog did escape. Let's go.
Okay, so we're just lucky we got the fuel beforehand.
Yeah. Otherwise, you would have had to go all the way back.
It's just right up there. It's fine. You can still see the lights blinking too.
Oh, yeah. All right, now. Careful, SpongeBob. Remember.
Careful, SpongeBob. Careful, SpongeBob.
Careful, SpongeBob! All right, chat. It's you and me. My commentary is back. We shall be extra stealthy. We're on a secret mission. I will do everything in my power to not say anything uncouth that would perhaps make Marin want to giggle or laugh. You definitely won't hear me say anything awkward like penis. Damn, they're good. So focused. So demure. I mean, it could have been worse. It's not like I just said vagina! Look at this discipline. That was so loud! Wait,
Oh no. Oh no.
Useful information obtained thanks to Jake. He was told not to move or shake any light source, but he did his own thing. I don't think we'll find what's left of Jake anymore. In case of contact, remain completely still. The slightest movement would be fatal. Don't make any noise and don't shake any light source. Don't even think about running away. If you think so, you're already dead. Do we want to go back and get a better look at this photo? That's a big bird. I've created a chemical compound that, in emergency, is capable of killing all dinosaurs
You're probably wondering
almost
how
instantly.
I ended up in this situation.
At the moment, it's just something theoretical, but I'm already well underway. It's all in my office in the underground complex. I've made the decision to create this compound since I'm too worried about my family's safety. I'll keep it a secret. I don't trust Dave at all. Dave does seem like a butthole. I'm not gonna lie.
Enjoy the show!
School keys! I don't agree at all. I didn't agree at all, and I protested several times so that the area intended for T1 was placed in a safer position, away from the city. All useless, in fact. All useless. In fact, I heard Dave talk several times about creating a T2. Too dangerous. It's madness. If something happened in the city, the city would be too close and there would be no escape. Probably the only way to survive would be to reach the underground complex. What's that? Wait, what's that up there? Wait. The combination for the safe is simple. Look at the world. First comes red, then comes green, then comes blue. Fine. Oh, it's the map. Wait, what did it say? First comes red, then comes blue, then comes what? Sorry, I want to make sure we get that right. First comes the red, then the green, then the blue, finally the yellow. So red, okay. Chat, write that down. Red, green, blue, yellow. Remember this. I love seeing Marin's interpretive light feelings.
I can't get over the carpet. I'm cranking forward. I'm stuck on the carpet.
Wait, are you stuck on the carpet?
I'm stuck on the carpet.
Wait. What happens if you try to go around?
I could probably just stand up and step over it, but right now while I'm crouching, it won't let me over the carpet.
Sorry, you're crouching. You are incapable of maneuvering over this carpet.
The fraction of an inch of carpet.
Okay, so first comes red, then comes blue, then comes green, then yellow, I believe it was. Is that right, chat? Or is it red, green, blue, yellow? All right, red, green, blue, yellow. Okay, what does this mean? There are multiple reds. Wait, so,
It's the number of dots. It's the number of dots.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, so let's see. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 red. So, oh, probate already got it. 5, 6, 4, 3.
That didn't work.
That didn't work. Okay, let's try again. Hit it with the light just so I can see everything. Oh god. All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 red. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm seeing 4 green. 5, 6, 7. Oh, 7 blue. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm counting 7 blue. 1, 2, 3, 4 yellow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 red. 4 green. Okay, wait a second. I have to write this down, otherwise my brain will forget it. Alright, so there's 5 red. 7 blue. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 2, 3, 4 green. And then 1, 2, 3, 4 yellow. Wait, 1 second, let me just double check that. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Okay. I think it's 5, 4, 7, 4, but let me just double check the order that it asked for. There we go. Oh,
Amber.
we got a rock.
Maybe this will be needed in the underground area.
Yeah. So now we also know that there's a T-Rex. Chat, your butts better be clenched.
Was that you?
The honk was not me, but
No,
the
no, no.
Alice one.
I was gonna say the little like.
Oh yeah, the.
That fucking got me.
Ooh.
I wasn't ready. Oh god.
Oh my god! Okay, it's happening.
Oh.
What's the procedure, everyone? What's the procedure?
Hold on, I'm waiting for a sound alert to end.
remember what it said. Don't move, don't make a sound. Alright, you're good. Actually, wait, pause for a second, because I just realized something. So I just realized something. In the context of the Allosaurus entering the house, chat, it was running.
It was running, yeah. Okay.
You got this, bud!
We have now officially made it to the real part of the game. You're fucking joking.
Oh, they updated the model? Oh, you are... Oh, there's... This is getting out of hand. Now there are two of them. Apparently, everyone was like, yo, party at Allen's?
Yeah,
All the dinosaurs were just like, yo,
they all fucking
party
showed
at
up.
Allen's?
Okay.
Everyone
I get more fuel?
was
Can I
like,
take
yo,
more
what if we
fuel?
just went to Allen's?
Can I just start burning things? Okay, just wanted to make sure that that wasn't...
Buttholes will be clenched during this part of the game.
It's still there.
It's just vibing there.
He's going through the dumpster. It's fine.
He's a little trash man.
Oh my god, the prom night dumpster baby song just came to mind for some reason.
No!
He's a prom night dumpster baby.
He's strolling along.
Oh god, the fucking flares. I don't like that loading.
Oh, that's a lot of blood.
Yeah. Okay, I
Guess
don't
there's
think
no
that's the
going
relevant
into there.
direction.
So much blood. Oh, jeez!
Was that a Dilophosaur running?
Yes, it was. It didn't even bother with you.
The key's right here. I'm trying to pick up the key.
It didn't even bother. It didn't even bother going. Wait a second.
there's
It's an
nothing else
empty
in there,
room.
yeah.
Why did it get?
Panic of being stuck inside?
Maybe. Well, at least there's the janitor's key.
Trying to see what that is. Looks like a journal. Note, the other day I found a magnetic card of some kind on the floor. I will entrust it to one of the janitors with the task of keeping it in the other building while waiting for it to be returned. Principal H.J. Alper. Other
Can we check the
building?
map? Because maybe it's like a
No, we
multi-wing
just have
thing.
the school. That's what I figured we would find another map inside.
Well, there is that labeled old building.
Oh, that could be it. You're right. But, like, there wasn't a way in, and it looks like on the map it's boxed in. But we'll see. We'll see what we come across.
Yeah.
Open one of these doors
One
around
of the
here.
doors around here.
I just want to check back here real quick. Okay.
Imagine like opening one of the lockers and there's just like a nerd who got shoved in there. It's like, oh my god, thank you.
No, you want to stay in there, bud.
It's like, oh, actually, buddy said, wait, no.
Trust me, it is much safer in there than it is out here, champ.
Oh, thank God. We have enough whiteboards to spare. They didn't cut the funding even though everyone got eaten by dinosaurs.
I'm half expecting the T1 to look in the window. Not that one. This one. It's locked. There
You've seen
can't
this
be anything in
classroom
here.
in another game.
Or never mind, it can be the basement instead.
Also, why so loud?
I always make it so my audio can be adjusted in Discord. So if you need to like adjust it,
No. I was saying, why did the sound sensor come on?
also I swear that chair looks familiar.
Yeah, well, someone was saying that they think that this might be
An asset flip. I think it is too.
Yeah.
That's the lockers also look familiar.
Also, no, the reason why I was like, why is it so loud is because I'm like, other things will hear this. I hear it. Oh. There it is. Oh. Well, at least you don't need the light now. Just don't let yourself get caught. I mean, chat, what would happen if we just left it like that? What's the worst case scenario?
I think there's a doorway on the other side of the fire that we need to get to.
Oh.
I think it's specifically spitting out, covering a doorway. That's why I turned the flashlight on, but I got blinded because they decided to put smoke.
I mean, what are the odds that the valve is where the Dilophosaurus is?
I don't know if that was the Dilophosaurus. It looked more like one of those regular raptors.
I would still say
Just in case, though, I'm sticking to it.
So the other thing is, I'm also starting to pick up on the differences of the sounds they all make.
Yeah.
Yeah. The guttural cat. Oh.
I don't like this.
You're doing great.
When did I get on top of the boxes?
Next question.
Oh my god. The top of the boxes are safe. The meter goes
so
away
weird.
when I stand on top of the boxes.
Wait, what?
The meter's gone.
Oh my god, wait. Does the game think you're no longer in the area when you're on the boxes?
I think so. I think they've set it where there's like a zone where it's supposed to activate. So right now the game probably thinks I'm like further up the stairs where we came down.
Oh my god, it thinks you're on the other floor. That's hysterical.
Listen, there's some things you got to do to be able to make the game simpler to program, okay? You just kind of pick these little hit zones. And if feet are on the ground, that's all that matters. I don't think I was supposed to be able to stand on this.
It's just funny.
This is stupid.
All right, now all you gotta do is very quietly, very stealthily make your way back to the boiler without getting the attention of anything that will try to murder you, possibly poison your eyes, and then also quite possibly steal your trust fund, and you will be fine. Probate, you do not know the machinations of the dinosaur mind. Is the smoke gonna dissipate? There we go. Oh, it's stairs. All right, the sensor's gone. You're safe
I can't
now.
see shit. That's all I was thinking when I turned the flashlight on and got fucking flashbanged. Where are we? Map. Oh, so we're still in school.
Interesting. Maybe a different part of the school? Because we have not been in the zone.
Yeah. Spray. Oh,
Oh.
there's the magnet card.
Oh, okay, wait. So, okay, so this is the other building. Uh-oh. Chat. It's time to tighten those butt cheeks. It is time to clench.
It's in front of the doorway we came out. Okay, I think we're about to make a distraction.
Yeah.
Why does it sound like I think that's supposed to be its feet walking? It sounds like a metal pipe, like being tapped on another metal
you know
pipe.
what I think it is? I think what it's trying to capture is the sound of like the claws tapping on the ground.
Yeah.
The issue is that it makes the same clacking no matter what the surface is. In linoleum floor, metal clacking. Like dirt, metal clacking. Definitely there. Can't tell if it's still over there. Fuck! Oh!
I blinked my flashlight way too early.
Ah, beans. Okay, so okay.
Before the
Luckily,
key,
it didn't
okay.
have us. We're not too far. It's not like we missed too much. Okay. Not the Hawk Tua. All right, chat. Remember, we have to be very stealthy. We have to be very patient, and we have to make sure that they do not, in fact, spit on that thing. Are we looking towards it so that we can actually see the eye or not? Can't tell. Okay, perfect.
Oh, it still sees me. Okay.
How did it see you? I blinked and we missed it.
I'm thinking. Maybe I need to be further back in the room.
Grins and they're carnivores, and also we have no evidence that they were venom spitters. We have no evidence that Dilophosaurus was venom spitters. That's just something that freaking Crichton wrote. Like I said, as weird as it sounds, he somehow nerfed them.
So though I figured out what it was. It was because he was actually turning towards us.
Oh. But yeah, like chat, like they nerfed Dilophosaurus. Dilophosaurus was like it was like the size of a grizzly bear.
Yeah. It was, yeah, that thing was coming in and turning to the right. And that's not good. Oh, we also have an ad break.
I think that was either
the Carnosaurus.
Allosaurus or Carnotaurus, because that had a little bit more heft to the voice.
Oh, what was the one that wasn't made smaller?
Allosaurus was made smaller.
Okay, so that was probably the Carnotaurus. All right, I gotta run to the bathroom again because I've been drinking water.
No, you good.
All right, you're in charge. Don't let chat burn anything down, and don't let them bully you. I encourage you bully them back.
Me. They can't bully me. This isn't my stream. I am immune. But what you could do, chat, is I mean, it would be pretty funny if you did like, I don't know, like a hype train or something. That'd be pretty funny. Just saying. I'm just saying, chat. That would be pretty pog. Hey, yo, wait, are we talking gossip? Oh my god. Are we talking gossip? Oh my goodness. Oh my god, pigs? Pig gossip? Oh my gosh. Did you hear about that one pig named Jessica? And what she did to Bethany? And not Bethany. Bethany. Oh my gosh, Bethany. Oh my gosh, pogs. Ads do be adding, so I'm getting uncontextual pigs. Ah, yes, Posse G. That's a word. That's a word. Chat seems to be active. Consider clipping this moment. Yes, the moment where they are playing the word game on the iPad, and I'm just giving very, very mid commentary because I also am in an ad, so I'm just wigging it. I'm just letting the voices win. This is very awkward for me. Also, hi, Momo. I see you.
Oakley, what happened?
Oh, they were gossiping. There was pigs.
Pig posting.
They were pig posting.
Uncontextual pigs. Oh, okay, because they have the ads.
Yep.
That's the thing recently. It's like Grinch just said ads done now. It still tells me that there's like 30 seconds left.
I'll be real, it's all over the place. For some reason on my end, whenever I either have ads or a hype train going, the timer on my side, like from what I can see, is sliced in half, even though like there's more going on.
We had, I don't remember if it was, I don't think it was yesterday. I think it was Saturday. We had ad breaks going and people that weren't subbed just weren't getting ads, or they were only getting like 15-second of ads.
That is weird.
I'm on mobile if that's the difference. I don't think it is. I think you're more likely to get ads on mobile.
Yeah, if anything, you definitely would get ads.
You'll have a far worse ad experience on mobile.
Mm-hmm.
Who's actually a lot of
because Apple wants
that's
Apple
the secret
wants
mod.
That money.
That's the secret mod. He's always on mobile. He plays the game on mobile. He's also a Discord mod. He's the one. He's the one who is damn good at his job and sneaks his way into my DMs whenever there's a fuck up in Discord.
Nice. Okay, so now reminder: there may or may not be an Allosaurus or Carnotaurus up there. And we are in broad daylight, or artificial LED. Oh. Oh, that's right. You can't shine a light directly at it.
Yeah.
That's not the way we have to go, right? That's not the way we gotta go.
That is the way we have to
right?
go, but I think we're just gonna... Fuck.
It's turning around and we are under a light.
Is it coming our way?
I think it is. I think it is. I think it is. Yep. So get back, let it pass, and then as soon as it passes, just go for the door. Oh, that's right. Its dossier said it liked to frickin'... The dossier mentioned that it liked to frickin' pace. Okay, he's making a turn there.
I'm so glad I didn't decide to stay on that side of the hallway.
Yeah, that would have been bad.
Oh wait, did it say that? Hold on, I'm curious.
I remember it saying that like it would pace and like it like they were like straight up like, oh, it paces.
It just pulled my camera over there. I tried to
did
turn
it
around
do
to
it?
look at the other dinosaur, and it just pulled me back to the thing. I don't see anything.
I think it's saying telling you to get out. Nope. Don't move. Don't have your light on. That's why it was forcing you to look this way. Might be safe to check that dossier now if you're curious. Carnotaurus. Very sensitive to light. Recommended point. Oh no,
No,
I
it just
that's
says
mixed
stuff
it
about
up.
light.
Oh, I remember that they like mentioning something like, oh, there's one that likes to like pace around. Oh wait, I saw movement.
There's
to
this
the...
straight ahead. That's the Carnotaurus. Oh god, there's another one.
No, that's what I saw. I saw that one.
Oh, aren't they pact hunters? I forget.
I don't think there's any evidence to either.
Well, I mean, I thought they
or.
were found in groups, aren't they? Oh, what?
Oh, gee.
What?
You were in light. You were in light. It turned its head and you were under light.
Oh, I didn't even see it. I thought it was going the other
Yeah.
direction.
Okay, so it is right there. Yeah, so I think with like Carnotaurus, it's basically just like, nah, be in darkness.
Yeah. So we'll go in on this side. Okay, there's both of them.
I love how slow they have them walking.
Yeah, I don't think their body would be able to take that because just looking at the way it's shifting its weight as it walks, I feel like it would fall over super
Oh, yeah,
fast.
it would
Don't go
trip.
towards the light. I'm an idiot.
It would trip.
Okay.
It's heading towards you, so you just gotta be careful, I think. I'm trying to figure out how this thing works, because all they've said is it's sensitive to light.
I'm gonna hug this tree and see if it can go past me. Wait. I'm in the tree.
Are you inside the tree?
I'm in the tree.
Incredible.
Hey, you forgot collision, nerd.
All right, which way are you turning, you son of a bitch?
He's taking the outside of the bushes. I think I just saw something also stick its head up over that bush. There's another thing over there.
Oh my god.
Okay, yeah, we basically gotta go straight.
Oh, is it another one?
Yeah, it's
Or is that the same one?
no, that's a different one. Because it's right there. Nope, there's the other two. This is the
Okay,
third
so-
one. Oh, oh, oh.
Oh.
Oh, fuck.
Dead end.
Dun, dun, dun,
Can you... I think it's turning towards you. I think it's turning towards
I
you.
think it's
turning.
It's still going straight. I believe in the heart of the cards.
On. We're right. You believed in the heart of the cards. So. Also, I just realized something. It's like half an inch above the ground.
Oh god, you are right.
It's flying.
He's way down there.
You're still classified as in the park?
Maybe it hasn't updated because I'm on the road.
Oh, okay, there you go.
Oh, I think I have to go down that road behind him.
Yep.
Okay.
So there is that other one that's on the road. I just don't know, like, if it's still there.
I saw it at the end and it was pacing back. See?
Oh, yep, it's coming back.
So
It's going so slow.
they are very slow. I think they want people to succeed at this game, so like they increase the basically everything. So they like slowed it down to give it like this ominous, really slow playing. Because if a lot of time, oh what?
How did it see you?
Maybe it was making noise.
Okay, where's it starting us over?
It's probably gonna start me back at the school. Yeah.
Oh, beans.
I want to test something honestly.
Because were you near any lights?
No, I wasn't, but I think it was because it was looking right at me. Let's see, these guys don't seem crazy sensitive to certain sounds. Let's see, he's going that way, so I can just kind of...
Oh.
You continue to disappear, and there are those who enjoy inventing sights of strange creatures.
No. No.
Don't turn around, don't turn around, don't turn around, don't turn around, don't turn around.
Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Well, that was the sound of a raptor. Oh. Oh. Careful with the light. Oh, this is so stressful. Chat, my butt is so clenched. That's totally not ominous.
It suddenly stopped when I was walking, so I was like, wait, what did I just get stuck on?
Don't worry. It's just a stub.
It was just a vague leg.
Just a stump.
Oh! Where did you come from?
I think it's still there.
I think it is. I think it's frozen.
Dude? Buddy?
That gives like the Jurassic Park ride energy.
Yeah! What did it say? It didn't say anything. It just opened its mouth and chomped down. There was no audio.
Oh no, I heard the roar.
It was like a like what? Do you guys like not make audible noises when you're eating?
Okay, yeah, it looks like it only has like little nodes where it'll update the map.
Do not.
What the fuck are its legs doing?
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about the potato legs. Don't move. Also, it just occurred to me that's a different colored one. But don't say nothing. I'm giving commentary. Let them fight! Get the hell out while they fight!
That's what it said. That's what it said. Things to do. Move your ass! Okay. Okay.
Well, I'm sure it would have been awesome to see an epic T-Rex battle. We don't have time for this!
Wait, we never found bolt cutters.
Oh shit, no.
No, wait, we have the key to the other section. That was back at the beginning. So maybe we'll find bolt cutters in there.
Probably.
God, that little
I love
section
that this
felt like it
game
went
is
on
like,
forever.
we will make you explore the entire map that we made.
Back and forth, back and forth. That's usually a good thing, because sometimes there's games that are just like straight up, straightforward. You go from one place to the other and you never come back. All right, now if there's a dinosaur in here, I'm calling major bullshit.
Oh, bolt cutters!
Nope, just bolt cutters. Those look
Perfect.
like, those don't look like bolt cutters. Those look like enlarged electrical pliers.
They might have just grabbed what they thought. Like, they might have just Googled a PNG.
They may have actually, like, it looks like wire cutters. It legitimately does. No, never mind. Those are fucking pincer pliers. They're just really, really big.
Oh, it's the elevator that the guy was nerding out about.
Yeah, the automatic one.
It's like, oh man, this is like the peak of engineering.
What sci-fi bullshit is this? Oh, hey.
Oh, sweet.
Oh, shit.
So I do have bad news. I gotta get going.
That is totally fine. We could save this for another time. They did say this game was like 3 to 4 hours.
And that's with the assumption that you're not streaming and trying to give entertainment and commentary.
That's true. That is totally fine. We can save this. I'm assuming this is probably just going to be a like autosave moment.
I'm going to assume so. It seems to clearly it has a built-in autosave. It doesn't make you like, I'm not seeing like any like little spinny wheel, but it is keeping track of where you're going.
Yeah, so I'm going to figure after that loading screen it's probably going to save, but I wonder why they didn't do this. Because they didn't put a quit button in here.
Oh. This would suck if like you reload it and it's like, no.
Start over.
You start over. That would not be fun.
I doubt they would do that. But
Yeah,
I think
feel
I'm
like
just going
people would be
to
a
Alt F
little
for it.
Yeah, I feel like people would be a little salty.
All right, we can put together another time to finish it up.
Hell yeah.
But thank you for being here.
Thanks for having me. It was a lot of fun.
Thank you for coming by. I'm glad we finally got a chance to play something together.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to the other Dino-Horror that's supposed to come out this year. Supposed to come out this year, like we were talking earlier.
Look, at this point, it's I'll believe it when I freaking see.
That's typically
it's
the
similar
case.
to like Kingdom Hearts 3. I refuse to believe it existed until I was able to buy it.
That makes sense. Let me see. What is going on? Who can I raid?
There's a lot of good beans on right now.
Radia is doing something with Sigrid. Oh, it's just chatting.
Yeah, it looks like they're just chatting. It looks like, oh, Min was on, but I guess they just finished. Let's see. Taka's doing World of Warcraft.
Oh no, he's still doing the hardcore shit stuff.
Looks like it. Let's see.
Pix is doing me side. T is just chatting. I think they just started.
Got a lot of good options.
I don't think couldn't even tell you the last time I raided Radia, so let's do that.
Yay!
Radia active. What do we do for a raid message?
Good for her.
What about her model?
Oh, Laura. Oh, it's a chibi model. Laura debuted a chibi. Fiery Laura debuted a chibi model.
Oh, it's a baby.
It's a little baby.
Oh, but it's crab souls.
Ah, yes, crab souls.
Yeah, I'll throw it with Radia. What do we want to do for a raid message? Speedrun.
I don't clench your butthole.
All right, we'll use my slash emote for that. Oh, I got one. Clench your butthole. There's dinosaurs about. We'll go with that one.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one.
All right, guys. I'll be back on Thursday, noon CST. We'll be back on our Tuesday, Thursday schedule. We'll be shooting the shit. I'm probably gonna watch that thing that you were talking about earlier. That
I will send you the link to it.
That is even better. Speedrun, you doing anything this week? Rest of this week?
I am gonna be doing art tomorrow before me and Min take Melissa Tiefling through ARR for Final Fantasy 14. Thursday I'm doing Boss Runner, and then Friday Poke Duel. Bye!
Bye! Fantastic.